This conference will now be recorded.
As you just heard, the meeting will be recorded. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll start. Pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. The first item on the agenda, we'll be going through the agenda, will be the approval of the minutes from last meeting.
Bill,
Are there any comments? Yes.
Bill, should we do a roll call vote?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Just to determine who is here. David Dunbar. Brian Height.
Present.
Diane Kelly. Bill McNair.
Here.
Vincent Quinn. No Vinny. Alan Tope. David Wilson.
Here.
6 out of 7, we have a quorum. Shall I go over the rules again?
Having trouble hearing.
Yeah, so am I.
So
All right, please, if you're not speaking, mute your microphones, either your phone or your computer microphone. Hopefully that helps.
maybe a little
There's
bit.
an
Okay.
echo. Yeah, there's an echo on Greg.
It looks like it's caller 21.
All right, let me grab that.
Let me go through the rest of this. There is a chat box window in the upper right. It looks like a cartoon voice box. That will be open. If you wish to make a comment, place your name and address in there and maybe a quick question or something. When we get to the public comment portion, I will go through them and read them and then allow you time to make additional comments. For those of you on the phone, after the computer people have been given a chance to comment, we will open it up to the people on the phones. So everyone will get a chance to comment at each project. When you are called, you must identify your name and address for the record before you make any comments or have questions. Once again, please mute your microphone before and after commenting to keep the noise and interference to a minimum. If you're using your phone and a computer, and some people are, the best strategy is to turn off your computer speakers and just go with your phone. That prevents any feedback. That's pretty much the rules of the game tonight. And Bill will probably describe the procedure for the meeting from here. So,
Okay. We'll go through this. There will, for each one of these subdivision reviews, there will be a staff presentation by Greg, and then there will be a presentation by the applicant. There will be courtesy of the floor, where we will take comments, and then a planning commission decision. And so we will be doing that for each of these. So we will start with the Route 309 convenience store and office, your Greg's presentation.
you want to do the minutes first?
Oh yeah. So we'll do that first. Thanks, Greg. Any comments on the minutes? If not, do motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Okay. That was a move by Brian Height and then second by Alan Tope. Roll call vote.
David Dunbar,
Aye.
Brian Height.
Aye.
Diane Kelly,
Aye.
Bill McNair,
Aye.
Alan Tope,
Aye.
David Wilson.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. So again, we will start with the Route 309 convenience store and office with Greg's staff presentation, followed by the applicant presentation, courtesy of the floor, and the planning commission. And again, if you're not speaking on this one, it would be appreciated if you would put your microphone on mute. Thank you.
Okay, this is an application to further develop the property located at 1810 PA Route 309. The plan proposes the demolition of the existing commercial structure, construction of a one-story, 5,585 square foot convenience store with gas pumps, and a two-story, 25,000 square foot medical office building. Also, a 153 space parking lot and stormwater management facilities, all on the 4.056 acre site. Lanston Equities LLC is the owner and applicant. There is no previous consideration on this site, at least not in our historical record. The Community Development Department recommends that the applicant utilize the comments of the reviewing agencies and those of the Planning Commission to assist with the preparation of the preliminary plans. There is no MPC required deadline for a sketch plan.
Okay. The applicant presentation.
Good evening, Bill. Hi, it's Eric Schock from Fitzpatrick Winston Buba. How are you?
Okay, Eric.
How are your commissioners? So I'm here on behalf of the developer, and I just want to make sure that the engineer is on. Jeff Bevan, can you speak to, because you're probably the person who likely needs to join me in the presentation.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So it'll be me and Jeff. Thanks for your time. Yeah, as Greg said, this is a sketch plan for a convenience store and an MOB. I'm sure all of you are familiar and probably have passed the property many times. There's an existing commercial building, which, as Greg noted, you haven't had any development plans that he could find in history. So I would say the property is being underutilized is probably an accurate statement. We've got the review letters, and I think what we're hoping to do tonight is just a few of the comments we want to talk about that are planning related, that we'd like the Planning Commission's input on. And then obviously, if there's any other planning considerations that haven't been touched upon by staff and engineer and your engineer, we'd love to hear them and talk about them. So I think with the commission's permission, then I'll just go ahead and touch on the few comments in the letter where we wanted to give some explanation to make sure what we were doing didn't change something that and set off any bells or whistles. Okay. Okay. So on the KCE letter, zoning comment 1, I think ties in also to a saldo requirement, and that's the driveway location. And it indicates that we would need relief, the variance and a waiver. Candidly, there's just insufficient frontage there. And Jeff, can you just explain why you chose there and why you thought that was the best location, knowing that it absolutely makes sense to have access both on 309 and Chapman's Road? Because I don't know what else we'd be able to do, but certainly if the Planning Commission had any thoughts, we'd want to hear them. Jeff?
Yeah, absolutely. So there were really 3 primary reasons why we located the driveway where we did on Chapman's. The first is obviously 309 being divided along our site frontage, limits our access there to right in, right out. So Chapman Road is the opportunity for full access to the site. The entire Chapman Road frontage is 435 linear feet, and strict adherence with the zoning ordinance would require 600. So already we're starting with less than the ability to provide 300 feet from both the Grams Road intersection and the 309 intersection. And then the third reason is site distance. So those familiar with Chapman Road know that it curves away from the property right past the Grams Road intersection. And so we located the driveway as far as we could from 309 while still maintaining site distance for vehicles making a left out of the project site. And with that, those were the distances that we were able to provide from the intersections, which were less than the 300 feet required.
Okay. Can I ask a question? Could the other access be on Graham's Road?
There's very limited frontage on Grams Road and really insufficient room to separate any driveway that we would provide there from the intersection itself.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's why it's shown out to Chapman's.
Okay.
Jeff, have you run this by PennDOT?
I believe we've had some initial discussions with PennDOT. I don't think it's gone through scoping at this point. Obviously, we wanted to get the feedback this evening before approaching the department with any formal discussions.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so next one, there was a comment with regard to the parking. We're not planning to look for a parking variance. We'll work out that calculation so that we get the sufficient parking. So that one wouldn't be an issue. The next one, though, was number 5 on the engineer's letter. And Jeff, can you just explain what modifications you think you can make with regard to that 50-foot setback, and then indicate where, because of the significant ultimate right-of-way, we are already so far set back that even though the measurement is less, we would probably end up be looking for some relief because we're so far from the roadway.
Sure. So obviously the site is a triangular lot with frontage on 3 different roadways, 309, Chapman's, and Grams Road. We are providing 100-foot ultimate right-of-way along 309. That's a 50-foot half along the site frontage. And then we're providing a 40-foot half ultimate right-of-way along Chapman's Road, which is already moving the right-of-way into the project site. The code requirement is that parking areas in excess of 8,000 square feet be set back 50 feet from an ultimate right-of-way. And the 8,000 square feet includes the parking space, drive aisles, anything associated with the parking, unless it's separated more than 50 feet from another parking lot. So in front of the proposed convenience store up at the intersection of Chapman and 309, we believe we comply with the requirement there that the parking area, as strictly measured of the aisle and the parking spaces, are less than 8,000 square feet and can
Could
provide.
I interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
Greg or George, could you show the plan so the public can get a chance to see where these driveways are and that kind of thing?
Let me see if I can dig it up here.
Yeah, I don't have a copy handy. Tony, would you have a copy?
I don't think he's allowed to. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Just get some context to the comments being said, so.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought it was important.
Yep. So we believe that the parking spaces in front of the convenience store up along 309 comply with the requirement. as you go left on 309, the spaces in front of the medical office building would be required to have a 50-foot setback from the ultimate right-of-way. The ultimate right-of-way along 309, there's 100 feet, obviously to account for any future widening or improvements to the roadway. We're going to continue that ultimate right-of-way to the left, where right now the property bumps out in towards 309. And so you'll have setback from the edge of pave to the ultimate right-of-way, and then you'll have an additional 25 feet back from that. But obviously, given the shape of the property, very difficult to provide a 50-foot setback for the parking from the roadway there. And then up along Chapman's Road, or right around the convenience store building as well, we would be seeking relief to allow 25 feet there as well, just given the shape of the site, the sizable right-of-way that's already being provided for Chapman's Road, and then the fact that we have the three road frontages on the property.
Question I have is, as mentioned that Graham's Road, that might be realigned a little bit due to a previous project that got approved. Has this plan taken into account that? Will any of this change if those roads are getting straightened out a little bit or whatnot?
The plan is shown closes to tie into the existing roadway geometry.
What Mr. Wilson is referring to is there's improvements to Chapman and a little bit of Gramus Road in 309 that were approved with a warehouse development west of this project on Chapman's. So there's that consideration as well.
We should probably get a copy of that plan then.
Yeah, because I don't know the specifics of it, but if it is, maybe it's a moot point, but maybe it does affect, if it's getting realigned, maybe it does affect this current plan. I don't know the answer, but I would say it would be important to look at that and take that into consideration.
Yeah, I know there was improvements to the south side of Chapman's around that curve at Gramus there and going up to 309. Just because when you come up that road, it's blind right there, and traffic backs up, and you can, yeah. Those are some of the improvements that the developer of the warehouse agreed to take on.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I believe that there should be some coordination there because it is an awkward intersection there. So I personally would like to, see it get improved.
Is there any concern about proximity to the service station on the east side of 309?
Yeah, we will need to address that because as the letter points out, currently the zoning ordinance does have a distance requirement which we wouldn't meet. So I don't think from a planning or engineering standpoint there's any issue. Just because a convenience store is across from another, I don't think it matters from that. We do have to address the fact that the ordinance currently contains a distance requirement which we wouldn't meet. So, and we plan on looking at that. We wanted to make sure we had a plan that worked before we figured out how we were going to address that.
Okay. That I think is a key issue here.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if there's a planning issue from that perspective. We'd be glad to hear it. I guess I look at it as it's a zoning requirement. In all candor, when you look at where those came from, those have been in ordinances since the 50s and 60s based upon what used to be a concern of proximity of gasoline stations near others due to hazards. That doesn't exist anymore. And many ordinances don't have distance requirements from churches, schools, and other stations. But we understand it's a zoning provision. We'll have to address that. But I think, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, impact-wise from an engineering standpoint, it could be a fast food joint, it could be a Starbucks across the street, it could be a convenience. It doesn't change how you would lay this out on another commercial lot across the street, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So then I think, unless Jeff has other things, I just had one more that I thought that we wanted to talk about. So there's a potential waiver request with respect to sidewalk. There's Lanta's input on what they would like to see from walkability. And I guess we just wanted to talk about, I don't know if there is any predilection in the township right now for requiring sidewalk to be installed along sections of 309, like where we are located. But we can talk about that. But we did look at the Lanta comment, and Jeff, why don't you just address what you thought would probably be walkability for this site based upon Lanta's comment also on a bus stop?
Yeah, absolutely. So
I'm sorry.
What was that?
I thought somebody asked something. I apologize.
Oh.
No? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So Lanta has an existing bus stop at the top right corner of the site. Based on the feedback that we got from the Lanta review, what we'd be looking to do is keep that bus stop on the right side of the right in, right out driveway. The reason for that would be visibility for vehicles turning into and out of the driveway to keep that bus stop on the right. From the bus stop, we would look to provide sidewalk into the property. It would go from that stop location left towards the driveway, cross and come into the medical office building to provide access to the front of that. And then we would look to provide access from there to the convenience store as well, so that everything within the site would be interconnected for pedestrians to have an accessible route, safe route from the medical office building to the convenience store, and then from both of those uses out to the bus stop. However, beyond that pedestrian connectivity, there's really limited existing facilities or pedestrian generators or destinations further up or down 309 or Chapman's Road. So the intention would be to provide the access within the site, but not necessarily run it along the entire frontage just for the sake of having it there.
I would like to see it along Chapman's to Gramis. There's already a deferral to the push and pull redevelopment. They were waiting on this parcel to be developed. There's also 1.2 or 3 million square feet of warehouses to the west of this project, including one that's just one parcel away. There's sidewalks going in down there. It's going to be a pedestrian destination for truck drivers in the region.
Okay.
There's 4 warehouses being developed, so I would be very against not installing sidewalks.
On Chapman's from 309 along Chapman's to Gramis?
And along Gramis too, because the push and pull will be required to put the sidewalks in as well. So
yeah. So our limited frontage on Gramis too is what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes, to connect
Okay.
with the push and pull development.
We're
Okay.
not looking for, we're trying in general not to give deferrals for sidewalks.
Sure.
So we may have them everywhere here, including 309.
Yeah, and
Okay.
just because they don't connect somewhere now, they can in the future. And there are people that walk along Chapman's Road today, that it would just be a much safer access for them. If they're getting off that bus and they're going to the warehouse that doesn't currently have anticipated transit service, you might have a warehouse worker getting off of that bus stop and wanting to walk to Chapman's down to the Griffith Development warehouse near Church Road on Chapman's. So
Yep.
Okay.
We really need to connect that bus stop on 309 down, I guess, in the southeast direction towards Chapman's and then to Gramis Road. Also, we have the medical building there. There's employees there that may want to go for a walk.
Okay.
They help. So
Yeah.
um,
Yeah. I don't think that'll be a problem. We had already considered probably Chapman's. I know Mr. McNair said about 309. I'm not sure we're sold on that one. I understand it's not, it's ultimately up to the township, but certainly the Chapman's to Gramis, that makes sense.
I mean, my question would be is if someone needs to use public transportation and go to one of those existing facilities back there, they won't have anywhere to walk along 309. They'll be walking on the side of the road.
Well, if you mean back on Gramis.
No, on 309, because if the bus stops on 309, they'll need to
Right.
walk from 309 to Chapman's to Gramis.
Oh, so wherever the stop is, take it up to the corner and wrap it around is what you're suggesting.
At minimum right now.
At a minimum.
Okay.
We'll talk about that more. I'll
In
be
the
honest,
future.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting
Yeah.
referral for just so that's clear.
Yep.
I understand
No.
what you're saying as well.
Yep. Understood. Fair enough. Jeff, was there any other ones that you wanted to touch on?
I don't believe so. I think those were the major items I wanted to
Yeah.
review.
I think so we've covered what we thought would be informative for you and where we were making changes, but certainly then if any of the planning commissioners have any additional input, we'd love to hear it.
I have one.
Sure.
Tractor trailer is going to park. Like I said, we have 1.2 to 1.3 million square feet of warehouses being developed less than a half mile from this location. You can be certain that truck drivers are going to want to stop at this Wawa. Where are they going to park? Are they going to park on Chapman's Road? It doesn't look like there's much space internalized, for them. They're going to want to park somewhere. So that's a major concern of mine.
Okay.
Even if you restrict trucks from the site, they're going to park on the road somewhere. So, you made an interesting comment that it's an underutilized parcel, and with the two uses on one lot, which also has its zoning issues, it seems like, in my opinion, it might be a little overutilized to have a medical office building and a wall. Yeah, but that's just my personal opinion. But
Right.
we're concerned about where the trucks are going to.
Okay.
They pull into the lot, the service station across the street now, and it blocks up a lot of stuff sometimes. So they end up parking along Pope Road, which intersects with Chapman's Road. But that's a major concern because you're near a distribution hub of South Whitehall, and this is going to be a great opportunity. It's going to be open 24 hours, I would assume, like most Wawas are. So you're going to have trucks wanting, hey, I got 45 minutes to kill. Where can I go? Hey, Wawa's right up the road. So that's a concern of mine. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other concerns that you all have? Eric?
No, that's all we had.
Okay. Any comments from the planning commission for now? And then we'll look at courtesy of the floor. I know there are some comments that I've seen are mostly about another case that's going to be on a little later. There's one person who doesn't identify the site that he's talking about. He runs on the route.
Carl Mabry, is your comment related to this project?
No.
Nope, going
No.
once, going twice. All right.
All right. The other one is, but there was another one. Never mind.
Well, there is Greg Sloan from High Point Drive. I'm assuming that's for the 900 South Hillview, but I will give you the opportunity to speak if this is the project you're interested in. Well, apparently not.
It's not.
We just
Okay.
got a comment in from Joseph, who says truck parking for Wawa is a major concern. Joseph, would you please, do you wish to expound upon that? And if you do, please state your name and address.
Joseph?
Well, I guess Joseph has said all he wants to say.
Okay.
Shall we open it to the phones?
Yes.
Okay, if you're on a phone and you have a question, please speak now.
Greg, leasehold 3731 Manchester Road. I sent one into George, but I don't know if he got it or not. Can you hear me?
I got
Yes.
you, Lee.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Height, for addressing my concerns about the truck parking. That was the biggest thing that I had. To the developer, can you tell me, in your office building, how many offices do you expect to have in there? I know
Jeff,
it's preliminary, but do you have any idea?
Yeah. Jeff, do you know that answer, or?
I don't know that answer offhand. It generally tends to be a defined by the type of specialty that goes in there, so I don't have that exact answer yet.
Yeah, it's usually tenant driven, and there's not, and to my knowledge, there's not a set tenant yet.
What do you think the maximum would be in terms of offices for that building?
Again, I'm not sure on what exactly the tenant will be, so I wouldn't want to speculate on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, somebody could take the whole space theoretically, or it could be divided up. We just don't know.
My question kind of leads to is how you determine if you make the parking if you don't know how many offices you're going to have within the office building?
Because there's a parking calculation that doesn't necessarily go by the number of offices. So in other words, if you have 2 offices that take up the whole space or 10 offices of 1/5 the size each, the parking requirement is similar.
Yeah,
Okay.
Eric, Lee, he's correct. It's based on square footage of usable office space, and he's
Yeah.
right. It could all be one office, or it could be a bunch of little ones.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
mathematically it comes out the same no matter what you, roughly, no matter what you did.
Okay.
Okay,
And so
thank you.
there's no projected tenants yet. Is there considered to be an office demand right now? Is that why this is being proposed, or are you hoping it'll be back then, or?
I guess I would ask, is one of the developers on? If you could answer that question.
Yeah, it's Howard. I'm on. Can you hear me?
Thanks, Howard. Yep, we can.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah, good question, Mr. McNair. There is a demand, and we would expect to be identifying tenants as we get closer to the end. So right now that is a prime location. Is that Attorney Schock mentioned, it's an underutilized site and of course set for, it's prime for redevelopment. So, but yes, to answer your question, there is a demand.
Okay. All right. Are there any other comments or questions?
I just want to know if I can be heard.
Yes, you can.
Okay, I was having trouble on my computer. I'm concerned with the Hillview Road project, so I just wanted to make sure I can be heard.
We're not there yet.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Nope, I understand. I just want to make sure you could hear me. You couldn't hear me on my computer. Carl Mabry.
Carl,
There you
go. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And any other comments?
Nope.
Do we make a motion to take this under advisement?
It's a sketch plan, so
We don't need to?
I don't believe a motion is required.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Hey,
Anything
thanks
else?
a lot for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe my business before the board is completed. May I depart from the meeting?
Yes, you may.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Too.
Mr. Chairman, I would be departing also.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you.
All right. The next review will be for 1569 Blue Barn Road, Major Plan 2020-106. Greg, would you want to give your presentation?
Yes,
on that
indeed.
case?
Yes, indeed. This is an application to further develop the property at 1569 Blue Barn Road. The plan proposes the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of 36 two-unit dwelling units, which are 18 twins, 36 units total. Approximately 1,317 linear feet of new road, 2 stormwater management facilities, and the dedication of approximately 5,592 square feet of prime open space, all on the 11.1128 acre parcel. Fasaco Equities is the owner and applicant. Previous consideration at their September 4th, 2013 meeting, the Board of Commissioners rezoned 1569 Blue Barn Road from R4 medium density to R5 medium density residential and R10 medium density residential. The Community Development Department recommends that the applicant utilize the comments of the reviewing agencies and those of the Planning Commission to assist in the preparation of the preliminary plans. And there is no MPC required deadlines with regard to a sketch plan.
Okay. The applicant presentation. Okay, we do have a picture up there.
How come I don't think that's the right one?
That is not the right one.
Confused.
Is that?
I think that's the property to the north.
That is exactly what that is. That was the sketch plan that was submitted today. So if whoever has this can instead switch to the 1569 plan, we'd be appreciative.
All right.
Driveways are going to be awfully close for this project and that project.
Which one are you looking for, Greg?
1569 Blue Barn Road.
Yeah, that's the folder I was in. I think that's the only print I had in that folder.
George,
I have one on my screen. Is that Tony?
That is, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you. Have you ever seen?
You're not sounding so good, Tony.
But the plan is beautiful there.
All right, is that playing up? I apologize for any delays here.
You're
Yeah.
good.
And you sound better too.
Okay, I think the applicant can make their presentation.
Good evening. My name is Steve Bowell. I'm the attorney for the applicant. First off, thank you very much for your time tonight. As Mr. Adams stated, we're here for a sketch plan review. We received the various comments made by the township engineer and staff, and we appreciate those. Mark Bradbury, the project engineer, is on as well, and he'd like to walk through just a couple details in the plans and questions on the comments. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bradbury.
Good evening, everyone. The sketch plan that you are looking at on your screen, if you are able to see this video conference, is one of many renditions that we have actually shown the township from the mid 2000s all the way up till now. We had it set up as townhouses. It is permitted use in R5 and R10. We have not maximized the site. We decided to go with a townhouse or a twin style development. It is adjacent to Blue Barn Meadows, which is another one of the projects that the Pizzacos have been working on for many years. It has very limited, as you can see, it's a very narrow type of development, so we're very limited as to where we can bring a roadway out onto Blue Barn Road. We don't have a lot of road frontage out there. There is an existing access point from Blue Barn Meadows, which we plan on utilizing to access from one subdivision to the next. We realize in the comments that we cannot make the 800-foot distance. And I think we have right now, we're about 520 feet from one intersection to the other. Again, that was discussed at a previous meeting. And at that time, the township had felt that, you know, we pretty much did everything we could to keep the separation as far apart as possible. I did look through all of the comments, and it's pretty much set up to help us get through a preliminary plan type of review. We are planning on putting sidewalks throughout the entire development. All the lots that do and will have the correct road frontages. Basically, we're saying that we agree with the review comments that we have from the Pidcock Company, and as well as most of the ones from Greg Adams, or from Community Development. Like I said, our main issue tonight is just looking at trying to move forward with this. As far as our connection to Blue Barn Road is concerned, I don't think we have another alternative. We certainly would like to move forward with getting a scoping meeting set up with PennDOT, where we are pretty comfortable that the township's in agreement with the location of our access to Blue Barn Road.
Okay, one question with that would be that there is a development to the north. Are you planning to coordinate?
We actually just got that plan within the last 36 hours. So we had no idea that existed until a short period of time ago. We realized that there is going to have to be some coordination between us and the development to the north. I believe They're going to be looking at possibly getting either an easement of some type or connection for water and sewer. We weren't planning on doing another connection north to south. Again, we have not sat down with the other developer yet and thoroughly hashed this out. And realistically, I don't think that they had much of a chance to look at our plan either. So I know they submitted today for an October meeting, and I would hope and I'm going to try the best I can to coordinate everything so that we can meet and discuss possible alternatives to some of the issues that may arise from both developments. Obviously, they're both in sketch phase right now, so I mean that's why we do sketch plans, and we'll do our best to accommodate whatever we can. Like I said originally, we're pretty much tied into where we can put our access point on Blue Barn Road. We don't have much choice. Well, we have no choice. That's pretty much the only place that we can put it. But we will try to coordinate with the developer to the north, find out what their needs are, see how far along they are with their investigation, and you know, if they've had any dealings with PennDOT or not, we'll try to get that information also. But like I said, this was just dropped in my lap. I literally had maybe 2 hours to look at it. So it's going to take a little bit. Since they're going to be on the October agenda, you know, obviously we're going to want to get a set of their comments also to see what the comments that the Pidcock Company and your staff will have for them. I did send them our packet so that they had a little bit of information to help them move forward with their project. But I would hope that we could sort of, I don't want to say barge into the October meeting, but we would certainly like the opportunity to, you know, if we can get enough work done between now and the meeting, to be able to speak at that meeting regarding, you know, what type of decisions we have come up with meeting with the other developer.
Okay. And one other question that's there also is the stormwater. Who's going to operate?
There's actually two different watersheds here. The westerly portion of our property goes to the Jordan Creek watershed, and the easterly portion it goes to the Little Cedar Creek. Now, for our rate, the entire portion that goes from west to east will be picked up in the catch basins, and part of it may go into a stormwater basin, but at Blue Barn Meadows, we actually, because of all the changes that took place during the design of that, we now have an excess of about 5 acres of impervious coverage that we can utilize in that basin. So we'll be taking quite a bit of the stormwater from this project and putting it into the Blue Barn Meadows basin because of the excess amount of rate that we have. The volume control, which is part of the NPDES program, will be managed in the area there that you can see to the east, called stormwater management. Whether that's an irrigation basin, some type of rain garden, we don't know yet. We haven't gotten that far. We do have a smaller area that goes to the Jordan Creek watershed, and that is to the west. And that stormwater will be treated in a basin in that area. And again, depending on whether we do irrigation or seepage pits, we haven't determined that yet for our volume.
Okay, and how do you envision who would operate whatever you put in?
Well, at this point in time, you know, obviously, we have a homeowners association of Blue Barn Meadows for all of the irrigation and volume requirements through DEP. The stormwater basins, I believe, are going to be very small in nature, and depending on how they actually turn out when we're finished, will determine, what we feel is going to be the best way of handling the maintenance of them. Whether we incorporate it into the association with Blue Barn Meadows, or we have our own, or we have discussions with the township. We haven't made that decision yet.
Okay.
I have a few comments and questions. I guess from a township planning perspective, I just saw that other sketch, and it looked like that road was right next to the property line. I'm not sure if I saw it incorrectly or correctly, but is that going to be, and we probably don't have an answer, but for that development to the north, is that going to be an issue if that driveway is right next to this one? I know this property, it's pretty much landlocked, so that driveway needs to go where it is. And I do like the fact that they reduced the density. They didn't jam in a bunch of townhomes. It's density's been reduced to the duplexes. But does that need to be coordinated with, and maybe that's something that has to be done in the future, but I'm just concerned about the driveway for that property to the north.
Yeah,
Right.
again,
I haven't had time to really look at that or dig into it. I'm going to be discussing that with them. Obviously, we'll try to set something up this week or next week to go over some of those issues. We certainly have a lot of questions for them. I noticed that it is being developed as a cluster in the overlay area with very high density. I think there's almost 120 units with alleys, including an alley that would butt right up to the northerly property line of our project. And as you can see, there's a pretty healthy tree row there. They would probably have to take most of all those trees out. So yes, we have some details that we're going to have to discuss, but I am not prepared to discuss any kind of solutions with that right now. I have no idea.
Understood. My only other comment is I believe for mail, you may need a cluster mailbox. You may want to coordinate with the postal service. Thing we would like to avoid is having the cluster mailbox jammed along the street and then cars are backing up along Blue Barn. So you may want to investigate where a cluster mailbox, if it's required by the postal service, where that could be placed.
Yep, that's almost standard procedure anymore. So we will absolutely address that.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, it seems like we'll all benefit quite a bit from having you, Mr. Bradbury, having conversations with the developer to the north, and we'll be able to be more final about things when that development is considered together with yours.
Well, yeah, fair enough. I mean, we're on, once we saw that plan, again, we've been scrambling this yesterday afternoon and today just to try to figure out what were the right questions and what are the right solutions. And that's going to take a little bit of time and planning. So, we realize that there's going to probably be some changes to the plan. We also, I started doing some investigation into, the sanitary sewer availability. I know there's a ridge that runs through there. I just got a copy of the I believe it's the 1998 Act 537 plan that showed a sewer main going up Eck Road and then coming up Chapman's to serve that area. However, I think the attempt on that, I think, failed because I think the sewer line actually comes out of the ground somewhere near the intersection of Eck and Chapman's, and that's why the sewer line was put in along the township line through Blue Barn Meadows and up to the Vistas not too many years ago. So again, these are issues that we're going to talk to the developer to the north about to see if they're going to be putting pump stations in, and if they are, obviously they're going to need to be able to connect through our project and into our sewer mains so that they can get through Blue Barn Meadows. So there's quite a few issues that need to be ironed out between these two projects. Again, we're both just in sketch, but we'll do our best to coordinate and try to come up with a common plan of some kind that works for both of us.
And you're correct, Mr. Bradbury. The sewer line currently goes up Eck Road and in the vicinity of the railroad tracks, then it cuts across to Blue Barn Meadows, and then that's how it serves that development. So, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? The applicant or the planning commission? Okay.
I would just like to, like I said, I think we're pretty much cast in stone with where we have our entrance coming into Blue Barn Road, and even if we have talks with the developer to the north, I don't think we have any other choice but to have it pushed as far away from the southerly entrance to Blue Barn Meadows as we can. That I actually would like to start talking to PennDOT, even if it's just a preliminary meeting at this time to go over that, because I believe we're let's see, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, we're close to 900 feet, I think it is, away from Clausville Road and about 520 from Black Forest. And the other development that I looked at, I think, is about 400 feet from either road and only maybe 250 from ours. So I don't know that they have the opportunity to move their entrance around, but we obviously don't have any place else to go.
Yeah, I would say that property to the north has a bit more frontage along Blue Barn. I mean, I don't think you don't really have anywhere else you could put it. So.
The only concern I have with that access is the name of the road, having 2 Black Forest drives on.
Yeah, we would change that, obviously. Yeah, that would.
But I just thought on the plan, I was like, there is one already. I understand it probably loops around, but yeah, you can even name it north or south or whatever, That's my only concern with that.
Okay.
If for no other reason, emergency access would be much better in this layout than, yeah.
Okay. Any comments from the community on?
I'm not seeing any new comments for this project in the chat box. If anyone out there in the computer wants to say something about this project, please state your name and your address for the record and then make a comment.
Okay.
Hearing none.
All right.
Is there anyone on the phones who would like to make a comment about this project? If you do, please state your name and your address and then make your comment.
Okay. And again, this was a sketch plan, so there's no
motion required.
No motion required. anything else from the applicant?
Nothing
Okay,
else.
No,
Thank you
that's
for
it.
your time tonight.
excuse me?
Unless Mark has anything else, just thank you for your time tonight.
No, that's
Okay.
it for me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg, what is our agenda looking like next month if they want to hop on with the other development? Are we overloaded? I think you're muted.
Sorry, you're correct. I'm muted. I have 3 projects on for next month. The first one's a returning project, which is 798 Houseman Road, which, if you recall, was a pretty small project. And then we have 2 new projects. We have Blue Barn Road, which is the plan you saw briefly earlier. That's a sketch. And interestingly enough, we have Mr. George Sam coming in with a re-subdivision of his property at the stub of Roosevelt Street, which you probably knew as Roosevelt Street Flats. So that's a re-subdivision going from, well, basically going from 2 lots to 2. He's simply moving a lot line, doing nothing else. So I wouldn't say we're overloaded. I would say that if Mr. Bradbury wants to show up as courtesy of the floor and make a statement, that's fine, just so he knows we won't be able to act on anything regarding his project. But we can certainly hear what he's got in mind and take that under advisement.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We will move on to the 4th item tonight, which is 900 South Hillview Road rezoning. We'll start with Greg's presentation.
I think you missed one.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes, I did. The proposed independent living apartments in Luther Crest. Sorry.
No problem. Wishful thinking. All right. This is an application to further develop the property located at 800 Houseman Road. The plan proposes the construction of a 3-story, 37,500 square foot addition containing 76 independent living apartments. This also includes the removal of 161 parking spaces and the addition of 82 new parking spaces and improvements to the stormwater management system, all on a 4.6 acre portion of the 43.58 acre site. Daikon Lutheran Social Ministries is the owner and applicant. This project was slated to be before you last month. However, they pulled at the applicant's request. I'll just do the recommendation. The Community Development Department recommends that the Planning Commission take the plan under advisement to afford the applicant the time necessary to address the reviewing agency's comments. Our recommendation, is contingent upon the applicant granting the waiver from the time frame. I do believe they did that. So I believe we're okay there.
Okay. That's it. We'll go to the applicant presentation.
Hi, this is Anna Hatton from HRG.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Yes. Can hear you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Sorry, Bill Kick was on. He just got kicked off. He should be back on in a second. The project is the Daikon Lutheran Social Service Luther Crest property expansion. They're expanding the existing retirement community at 800 Houseman Road. It's on a parcel that's 43.5 acres. The project consists of 37,500 square feet independent living apartments adjacent to the existing apartments over top of an existing parking lot. we would be removing existing parking spaces and replacing with an additional lot on the western side of the property. The parking lot additions will be constructed along with stormwater management facilities, conveyance facilities, and the utility services. We did forward a few questions to review with Greg, unless there were any other questions from the commission.
No, we can, any others? We can go to them first and then we'll see if there's any more.
So we received 4 review letters, 2 from the township, 1 from the township, 1 from Pigcock Company, the geotechnical review and the lighting review. We didn't have any opposition to any of the geotechnical or lighting comments. Currently, we're waiting on infiltration testing on the site. So the geotechnical comments would all be answered after we get that testing. Within the other 2 letters, there were a few comments that we wanted some clarification on, or that we have to resolve with the engineer. And we weren't sure if we wanted to review those comments or if those, we wanted to handle those directly with the engineer.
Okay. We want to go over those now?
Yeah. Yeah, Anna, probably best to go through them one by one.
Okay. The first comment from the South Whitehall Township letter that we had a question on was, there's a sidewalk within the new parking lot to the west of the building attached to the proposed building. That there was a request to extend the sidewalk into that parking lot and to go around the parking lot. Because of the nature of the site and the existing infill, we would like to mark or spot out the walkway from the handicap parking spaces to the building without adding an additional sidewalk.
I'm not able to quite follow the area in question. Is there any way like we could like someone could show the cursor on the PDF plan to sort of show the general area that we're discussing right now?
George, this would be just to the west of the new building. There's a 22 spot probably right there is where that sidewalk would be.
Right, those are the ones that are right up against Bluebird Lane are for the most part handicap spaces.
Correct.
And staff's concern is that right now the applicant would like to use the driveway aisle to access the I think that's the western entrance of the building there. And that's what, the handicap spaces would have to go through the driveway aisle to get to the access point. And we're concerned that, elderly or anyone handicapped, be it in a wheelchair or a walker or using a cane, might have some difficulty negotiating that with traffic moving through the site simultaneously. So the zoning ordinance does require a safe pedestrian pathway. So we would prefer to see something that doesn't use the driveway access aisles that the vehicles would be using. Instead, we'd like to get the pedestrian traffic out of there and onto its own safe route. So that's what we're requesting.
Yeah, I agree. I think there should be a sidewalk. It's not the safest route to have the people walking where the vehicles are driving.
And this isn't an uncommon situation. If we were to shift the handicap spaces directly in front of the building, they'd still have to cross traffic or walk through traffic to get to the ramp.
Well, I mean, the zoning officer looked at it, I looked at it, and we'd really prefer that the handicap have its own access point there. We're trying to make it safe for them to get into the building. So if at all possible, that should be done.
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody, sorry to interrupt. I apologize. I lost my internet connection almost precisely when Greg was finishing his introduction to the plan. So I'm sure Anna has done perfectly wonderful work in my absence, but I'm Bill Kick and I'm also here with HRG. So I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We were just mentioning we would like to see sidewalk from the handicap parking west of the building to the building entrance. It's not the most safe route to usher handicap folk through the vehicle driveways.
Yeah, I just caught the tail end of that, and we'll certainly take a closer look at that.
Okay. Go to the next one.
The next question within the letter involves the stormwater and sanitary sewer. Currently, the existing lines would run underneath the building. It was requested that any utilities be relocated outside the building footprint. Because this is an infill site, as mentioned before, we're kind of limited on space. We are certainly working on options that we can share with the engineer, but that will be a pending comment. We have some exhibits that we sent over, but right now they're still in progress.
That's
that
correct.
We
received their exhibits, and they're trying to relocate those lines. We'll work with HRG, come up with the best situation possible.
Okay.
The next comment is on a previously approved plan. A sidewalk was shown at the Southgate Court entrance off of Houseman Road. This is going to be all the way, not even shown on our overall site plan, or our site plan. It would be shown on the overall existing condition. We understand that this is a pending item from a previously approved plan, but since the construction is not taking place in the vicinity of our property and the logistics of installing that sidewalk, since Luther Crest does not own the property, they just have an existing access easement. We don't know if that sidewalk can be resolved with this project. We'll work to resolve it, but I don't think it will be resolved at the same time as this construction.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow what this sidewalk is, what the situation is.
Do we have the existing conditions plan, the overall conditions plan?
Tony, I don't, unless you do.
Yeah, George. I have an exhibit actually that kind of shows this highlighted. If you want to switch over.
Yeah. Hold on.
Would this be better resolved in the medical building project?
Likely not. Likely not, Dave. That's a separate applicant entirely. This is definitely a Luther Crest project, and this was from a prior approved plan. So this is the bottom end with Houseman Road at the right-hand side, and the first driveway closest to Tillman, entering the campus from there. So right now you have the driveway, a fairly long one. An earlier plan, probably from 2005 or so, stipulated that they install a sidewalk there within their access easement. And that is one of the last remaining punch list items in that project. So we're kind of requesting that they complete that project and install the sidewalk now.
I understand.
Yeah, it makes sense if you're putting, you know, the
So
contractors.
we've got some,
What's,
Was that you, Bill?
no, it wasn't.
The other Bill.
Oh,
it
Bill King.
was, I'm still having internet issues. It looks like my network is back up. So let's try this. Is that any better? Are you able to hear me uninterrupted?
yes.
Yes.
Okay. As we discussed this and tried to recall the history of the sidewalk and where it came from, it seems that the desire to have a sidewalk there may have been related to the fact that the medical office building might be a public facility and draw people from Houseman Road. Houseman Road, in fact, doesn't have sidewalk, and nor does Bluebird Lane as it exits the property to the north. And one of the biggest problems we have at this point, candidly, is that the applicant does not own that property. If there was an approval tied to it, there's apparently nothing that memorialized the applicant's right to access that property and construct the sidewalk. And it's just a private, it's an easement that provides access to Diacon. But there's no right at this point to construct that. And the logic of providing connectivity from Houseman to there is in question because there is no existing sidewalk on Houseman. So, you know, we've talked about this, but there seem to be a lot of things standing in the way and to enabling them to do this. And not the least of which is the fact that they don't own the property.
Who is the property owner?
Have you researched the easement there? Because apparently when this plan was approved, that easement was in place and the sidewalk was approved as part of that earlier plan through that easement. So I'm kind of wondering why at the plan approval in 2005, we could require this, but now we can't.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't researched the written text of the easement and the agreement to see what it says. And we could certainly do that. But it does still call into question the logic, since this facility doesn't provide direct access. This walk would not provide direct access to the medical facility. And there is no existing sidewalk on Houseman Road right now.
Well, this walk would provide direct access. It would do it through Luther Crest. There are sidewalks in Luther Crest that would get you close to the medical office building, and I believe we are requesting some sort of connection, direct connection sidewalk-wise between Luther Crest and the medical office building. With regard to there's no sidewalk on Houseman, well, we'd like to start somewhere, and this one should have been the start of that. So I think if you should look at that easement, because I think the only way to get out of this is to go back to our Board of Commissioners with a revised plan not showing the sidewalk, and get that resolved that way, because this was part of the approved plan of this project here.
I'd like also to say that employees at Luther Crest walk along that roadway and would probably use a sidewalk if it were there. These are people who may be arriving by bus from downtown, even though there is no walk on that other road that goes to the PPL Center. Once they get on that little stretch, they do walk along there.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, my internet dropped and now it's back again. I don't know if you were able to hear me or not, but the last thing I said was we'll certainly look into it, and if the terms of the easement allow for it, the applicant is willing to construct it.
Okay.
It does look like there's a bus stop there, so if there are, as Mr. Dunbar mentioned, if there are employees that use public transportation and get dropped off at Houseman, it would make sense to provide sidewalk from the bus stop into Luther Crest as depicted on that PDF.
Okay. Any more on that one? So you will look at that and continue with that work. Were there any more? There's another, I guess there's,
Yes, just two more comments. Within the review letter, it was requested a trip generation calculation for the proposed units. Because of the limited trips that are going to be increased with this development, we don't believe that's necessary. And we couldn't find a place where it would be required. We just wanted to confirm that.
And I'll add to that when we say limited trips being generated, the reason we say that is because this is not this isn't the same as building a 76 unit apartment building that would be market rate apartments, where one would assume that every unit might have at least one car or two. The people who lease these units are elderly, and they're typically at a stage of life where they are downsizing significantly and they don't want to have anything to take care of, so they move into a facility like this where they can walk to all the facilities under a single roof, and they don't typically drive much. Diacon has observed in other facilities similar to this one on different campuses they own throughout Pennsylvania and even another state, that vehicle ownership is maybe I think they say it's about 0.75 vehicles per unit to 0.5 vehicles per unit. So vehicle ownership is very low here, and it's difficult to generate trips from apartment units and account for that fact. But they don't anticipate a high percentage of vehicle ownership at all because of the type of housing that it is.
I think at Luther Crest parking lots, it's not unusual for car batteries to die from lack of use.
That's correct. Yeah, in fact, they would argue that the parking that they have now is at a surplus. We did a rather non-scientific, but at least anecdotal examination of historical Google imagery. And of course, any of you can do that as well. But if you go back in time through Google and look over the last 10 to, I don't know how far back it goes, a long time. It goes back to 1992. You'll see that very few parking spaces are ever full at any time. Now, of course, we don't know what time of day that photograph was taken, but it's just as the nature of the facility is such that vehicle ownership is not high because of the type of life that people are looking for when they relocate to a facility like this.
You're going to have employees driving?
We do. We will have employees driving. I think, and I'm not certain about this, I could confirm it, but at one time we talked about how many new employees we might have as a result of this facility, and the number was not high. I want to say it was 6 or less, and if I'm making that up, Anna or someone else could correct me, but we believe it's probably going to be fewer than 6 new employees, if it'll even be at that number. Reason being, one of the biggest generators of employees would be kitchen staff, medical care staff, but those numbers aren't going to increase. This is an independent living unit, so it won't add a lot of nurses or anything.
Might have lost him.
Tony, what's the advantage of getting those traffic counts?
I mean, realistically, this is this is a campus site. There's additions happening. I think the last one was 10 to 15 years ago. It's uphill of Housen Road intersection with Tillman, which is a challenged intersection in the township. We always like to keep track of those, if there's little increases each time. I think the letter of the law, which Phil mentioned, is it's not required. We like to just, if someone's proposing 6 additional trips, we kind of keep track of that. But it's not something that can be required. It was requested.
And it's really not that hard to calculate that, based on square footage using the ITE manual, that kind of thing. But it is good to keep track because incrementally, eventually it becomes an issue.
So if we provided a rough trip per day estimate within our response letter, would that be enough to for your records?
Yes, I believe so. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty just a generic, and those trip generations are all just guesstimates anyway. So, but
yeah,
just so we have something memorialized.
Okay. And then the last one also goes along with parking. In the zoning section, it asks for a revised parking calculation to reflect the current zoning ordinance. The new building, the parking requirements will reflect the new zoning ordinance, but we don't see the need to evaluate the entire campus under the new zoning requirement. The parking requirements for apartments had shifted, I think, from 1.5 to 2. We will meet that for the new parking lot and the new addition, but we'd like to not do it for the entire campus. We believe the campus as we know, has plenty of parking as it is, and to require, I think it would be another 123 spaces, we think would kind of be inconvenient and a burden on the site.
So are you saying you've actually done the calculations and learned that you'd need 123 more?
I believe if you look at the existing apartment units, and I think there's about 253. So if we added another half space for just those existing apartment units, yeah.
So if the requirement went from 1 spaces per unit to 1.5 or whatever it is, it would result in a significant increase. And, as we had outlined peripherally a few minutes ago, the parking that they have is, there's a surplus of parking. They have more than they need now. And the reality is, it would probably even be more than an inconvenience. I sincerely doubt we'd be able to find enough green space to pave on the property to provide the number of additional spaces that would be necessary. And their function and purpose would be questionable at best, considering what they have now, how many vehicles are on the campus now.
Yeah, if the existing, and I don't know the answer because I don't live there, but if the existing units have adequate parking, this is just my personal opinion. I don't see why we would need to add more parking. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, and I'm sure, I'm not going to say anything that I'm sure other folks haven't tried to say when a new use comes in and they're having a hard time complying with parking, say a restaurant or something like that, and for some reason they can't meet the requirement, and oftentimes the logic is given that, well, if we can't serve our customers, we're the ones that have the problem, not the township. But in this case, while I don't think that argument applies to every use, to this one, it certainly does. They, again, they know what they've observed here. They're in a competitive market for this type of housing. This area needs this type of housing. According to their studies, they believe that this is something that people want to provide, and parking is essential to where a person lives. If they need parking, they won't buy or lease in an area that isn't going to be able to provide for their needs. So, I mean, they feel very comfortable that they're going to meet not only their resident needs, but their staff needs with the parking that we have here, plus what's existing, that it won't be a concern at all for them.
Perhaps what you want to do is get together with the zoning officer and discuss this more in greater depth. I think we had initial concerns because we were decoupling the medical office building from Luther Crest. Originally, that was a coordinated development, and we only learned that it should no longer be a coordinated development at the start of this project. So we wanted to ensure that both sides would be able to stand alone. So perhaps the zoning officer can look at this and perhaps look at the existing parking as grandfathered. But I think it's something we really want to look at closely going forward to understand that this project can stand alone and is truly severed from the medical office building as a coordinated development. So I would say if we can get together and talk with the zoning officer about this, perhaps we can come up with some sort of compromise.
Yeah, and Greg, incidentally, I agree with that approach, because we did a lot of research as well and have worked with LVHN to ensure that both properties could stand on their own 2 feet, independent of each other. And if we can agree that the existing facilities have enough parking, and I know we haven't quite reached that conclusion as a group here yet. We have independently as the applicant and the applicant's consultant. But if we could agree to that, then we believe that the property certainly can stand on its own, as we will meet the new parking requirement for the new facility as well. So we'd be providing more than they've historically provided for a new use, and history would indicate that they've had plenty in the past, so we're going to provide more than what they've been used to providing up to now. But I agree with that approach, Greg. I think that's really what we're hoping to conclude, that existing parking serves the current uses and the new parking will comply with the new standard. Therefore, in our minds, we should be okay. But we're happy to talk to the zoning officer to go through that.
Okay, so we'll set something up.
Okay.
I have a question. If after this is built, if it's built, are you maxed out on your property for any future facilities?
Well, it's difficult to say with a variety of housing types. But if you look at the property relative to land that is usable without a lot of extra measures taken to make it feasible to build, one does have to start to wonder if other facilities wouldn't need to be removed and reconstructed in their place. And they do have some aging facilities on the property. Those decisions haven't been made yet, but they're definitely getting cramped for space on the property, to the point that you might have to consider removing something to replace it with something new.
because what we've done in other areas is in regard to parking, sometimes we put space in reserve. You know, don't construct a facility, but in case there's a groundswell of autonomous vehicles that every elderly person in your facility wants to own an autonomous vehicle for some reason, you know, that there's space that it could be constructed. But I don't see that for happening in this, but I know you were saying that it would be hard to find 123 spaces. So I was wondering if you had any future plans that was taking up that space. But, you know, I can see the argument of that residents of these facilities really don't have 1.5 cars per unit or stuff like that. So, but I was just wondering. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
I got a simple question. Since your new building is going to take up existing parking spaces, how many spaces are lost by the construction of the new building?
You want to take that, Anna?
I believe it was 121.
Okay.
And we're replacing it with approximately 82 spaces.
Okay.
Which would still meet, which would, if we calculated the existing facility with the previous parking requirements when the facility was built, and the new facility with the new parking requirements, it would meet the requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else?
I do have one more question. At last month's meeting with LVHN, they indicated they would consider providing some sidewalk connecting their property to Luther Crest. There was a comment stating that people may be walking across the grass and whatnot to get to the medical facility. Has there been any coordination regarding that? Is that still being considered?
Yeah, I attended that meeting just to indicate Diacon's support for everything that LVHM was doing relative to their water line project. But I don't want to mischaracterize it, but I thought that had to do with the grass island that's on the north end of the LVHN property. Am I mistaken about that? There's
I believe that's correct.
I think you're correct.
Yeah. So no, we did not have any specific discussion about that because of course, it came up at the last Planning Commission meeting. LVHN agreed to address it, but until that meeting happened, we didn't know about it. And it seemed like they were addressing the concern within their property that they had the ability to do that on their property. I'm just looking at an aerial view here.
Tony, could you put up the maybe that plan we can show of that? I'm not quite sure the southern extent of that plan that you were showing.
Is there even any way we could pull up Google Earth? If it's not possible, that's fine, but pull up Google Earth and show it.
Yeah, I have Google Earth up on mine if I could share my screen.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Yeah, if you want to zoom in on the boundary between the MOB and Luther Crest. Okay, right in the apex of that curve. There is sidewalk on the north side of that driveway going around the curve.
Yeah.
We're talking about adding a safe spot between that central spine heading directly to the building and the other side of that driveway. So it may be
Yeah.
that there's nothing on Luther Crest property to connect, or maybe it would be just a very slight bit of grass between there and the curb.
Okay.
So that would be the general location.
Yeah. No, I think, I think we can certainly coordinate that with LVHN, figure out where the right spot is. Once they have their design done, we could see how maybe best to connect that into our sidewalk network. I believe some of the residents at LVHN do use the MAB. So, I think it benefits everybody.
Great. Great.
Okay. Any other comments? Any comments from the community?
I actually see one in the box. A Matt Kreslin of 1187 Clearview Circle. He says that, quote, "My grandparents lived in Luther Crest next to that parking lot. I can attest to the fact that the parking lot in question is usually nearly empty." Matt, do you have any more comments to that?
No, not what I'm here for. But yeah, I agree. What they're saying is accurate, though, about Google Earth history and all that. I had to laugh, but it's accurate.
Okay, well, thanks for the comment.
Okay.
That's the only comment I see in the chat box. If anyone else has a comment on this project, please let us know now. Anyone from the phones? I think that's it.
Okay. And Greg, you say you have the letter for extension of time?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So a motion to take this under advisement
So moved.
by Mr. Tope, a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, by Mr. Dunbar. A roll call?
Roll call vote. David Dunbar.
Aye.
Brian Hyde.
Brian?
Brian disappear?
Mhm.
I don't see him as an active camera anymore.
No.
All right, we'll hold on that. Diane Kelly.
Aye.
Bill McNair.
Aye.
Alan Tope.
Aye.
David Wilson.
Aye.
And I guess Brian Hyde has stepped out. It's still 5-0, so that would be motion carries.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. The timing could not have been worse. But appreciate all your comments and input tonight.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna sign off for the evening.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll move to the fourth case, 900 South Hillview Road rezoning from R3 to R5. And again, we'll start with the presentation by Greg.
All right, since there's a lot of people here, I'm going to read the whole thing, so bear with me. This is an application to rezone a portion of the property located at 900 South Hillview Road. The subject property is currently zoned R3 low density residential. The plan proposes to change the zoning for a 3.88954 acre portion along the northern edge of the 14.89555 acre parcel from R3 to R5 medium density residential. Pasaco Equities is the owner. Abra Development 10 LP is the equitable owner and applicant. Previous township consideration. On May 17, 2006, Pasaco Equities submitted an application for Major Plan 2006-108 Hillview Farms, which proposed the subdivision of the parcel into 31 lots, 7 in South Whitehall Township, containing between 12,000 square feet and 30,595 square feet, each for a single-family detached dwelling, 1 lot for stormwater management, and the construction of approximately 1,661 linear feet of roadway, 300 of which was in South Whitehall, connecting to Hillview Drive. At its March 15, 2007 meeting, the Planning Commission reviewed the plan and recommended approval to the Board of Commissioners, subject to 16 conditions. The project, however, was not advanced to the Board of Commissioners and was closed down on November 14, 2017 due to inactivity. At its March 15, 2006 meeting, the Board of Commissioners approved Ordinance 828, rezoning 3.9 acres at the southwest corner of Hillview Road, I-78 intersection, which is the parcel we're talking about here, from its previous rural residential and agricultural zoning district to the R3 medium density residential zoning district. Comprehensive plan references. The South Whitehall Township Comp Plan envisions a T4 character area, which includes 5,000 to 10,000 square foot lots, residential development with neighborhood services, traditional neighborhood development, existing villages, a mix of lot and house sizes, small scale commercial, less than 40,000 square feet, and residential mixed use, and live work units. The official map depicts the subject parcel as underlain with karst geology. Physical characteristics of the site. The tract area is 14.89555 acres, 3.8 of which are located in South Whitehall Township and are zoned R3. The balance of the tract is located in Lower Macungie Township and is zoned suburban. The tract is bounded by I-78 to the north, Hillview Road to the east, and surrounded by existing single-family homes to the west, south, and much of the eastern border. The tract's current use is agriculture. The high point of the tract is in the eastern portion, just south of the township border, at 448 feet above mean sea level, and slopes downward to the north, west, and south, with the low point being 404 feet above mean sea level at the northwest corner of the tract. There are no structures currently on the tract. There is an existing sanitary sewer line running north on Hillview Road and terminating just south of the township boundary. There is an existing water line and sanitary sewer line at the intersection of Clearway Road and Hill Drive in the southwestern corner of the tract area. Reviewing agencies' comments, the Pidcock Company's comments are located in Mr. Anthony Tallarita's review dated September 11th, 2020. His comments pertain to traffic procedure, stormwater management, and outside agency review. The comments of the Township Water and Sewer Engineer have not been received. The Public Works Department comments are noted in Mr. Herb Bender's review dated August 17th, 2020. He notes the township cannot provide water to this tract. The fire inspector's comments and the public safety comments have not been received at the time of this writing. Since then, I believe they have reviewed this and made no comment. The LVPC's comments have not been received at the time of this writing either. The Community Development Department commentary. The Planning Commission should consider what potential impact the proposal could have on roads, sewer facilities, water supplies, schools, surrounding uses, and other public service facilities when comparing the proposed R5 to the current R3. In addition, the members should ask whether the physical characteristics of the site, i.e. soils, slopes, woodlands, place limits on the proposal and adversely affect the proposal. Traffic. The petitioner should be prepared to discuss what traffic impact the rezoning would have upon nearby roads and intersections. Sewer facilities. There are no public sewer facilities in the area immediate. There are to the south. The petitioner should consult with Lower Macungie Township Water and Sewer Engineer to determine if there is adequate capacity to serve this development. Water supply. The petitioner should consult with Lower Macungie Township Water and Sewer to determine if there's adequate capacity for the domestic water supply and fire flows to serve the properties. School public service facilities. There is a potential for a marked impact on the school system, as well as proposed zoning that would permit increased residential density on the tract. Surrounding uses. I-78 borders to the north, existing established single-family dwelling neighborhoods border to the west south, and southeast. Agriculture exists on the tract. Excuse me. The applicant has proposed a retirement facility on the tract, which is permitted under the R5 medium density residential zone. Of course, once the tract is rezoned, all permitted, special exception, and conditional uses permitted within the new zoning district will be available to the current and future owners of the tract. The township currently is in the process of developing a new comp plan. Current development patterns township-wide will be reviewed, and future development patterns will be determined. The recently completed Phase 2 survey of the township residents indicates that the residents would prefer to see the future character of the South Whitehall Township of the area south of I-78 display a greater intensity, both in residential opportunity and employment opportunities. Staff opines that it may be appropriate to table the applicant's request to rezone this individual lot and instead have the applicant participate in the comp plan process. This will ensure that the comp plan shows the area's future character to be consistent with the township's vision. This will also inform the future zoning of the tract once the comp plan is adopted. This is the approach both the Planning Commission and Board of Commissioners have taken with every rezoning request submitted since early 2019. We hope you find these comments useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Turn it over to the applicant for presentation.
Good evening, Blake Marles on behalf of the developer. You're seeing this project for the first time, so we thought we'd give you a little bit of overview of what is contemplated here. I'll lead off. I'll turn it over to Ava Tia or his daughter Priya Tia to talk about the project itself. We have the design, the architect here, George Berg. He's available for any questions you may have. Bill Erdman is acting as the engineering coordinator. Bill will have some comments. Also with us are Sue Candle, who has done the initial very sketch plans at this point, and Pete Terry to address any traffic issues. Now, this is a 14.8 acre tract which is divided between Lower Macungie and South Whitehall Township, but only 3.8 acres are in South Whitehall Township. They're adjacent to I-78 on a very long, narrow parcel. There were comments in the packet about whether or not there may be a discrepancy between the township line, the Lower Macungie line and the South Whitehall Township line in this location, and I can explain that. Some of you may recall, not many of you I suspect, but in the 1960s, there was an attempt by the county to clean up the municipal boundary lines in the entire county. And the county hired Mast Engineering to monument all of the municipal boundary lines. There are monuments in the field by Mast that are at a location far different from the township line. Because there were so many discrepancies throughout the township, litigation ensued, not in South Whitehall and Lower Macungie, but in other locations, because there were communities that didn't want to lose tax rateables when the township line would move to where Mast wanted it to be. So ultimately, the county determined and the municipalities determined that the municipal boundary lines would stay where they were unless the two municipalities agreed to move them. And I believe there was even case law that established that involving North Whitehall Township. So the line as you see it reflects the county's plan that shows the location of the boundary line between Lower Macungie and South Whitehall, and that's correct. And so that's why South Whitehall ends up with 3.8 acres. What is proposed here is a coordinated development with independent living on one side, in the Lower Macungie Township side, and assisted living on the South Whitehall side. South Whitehall side obviously is very, very small. You heard from the prior presentation that when it was a single family home development, only seven residential lots could be placed there. As a practical matter, there are access issues, and what is proposed now is probably, we believe, is the highest and best use. When we proposed this in sketch plan stage to the commissioners, the staff suggested that we come and attempt to proceed independent of the comprehensive plan review to discuss with the planning commission and with the supervisors the possibility of rezoning this tract so that it can be developed in a coordinated way. A plan has been presented to Lower Macungie Township in the conditional use part of the process, and that proceeds. What is contemplated, among other things, is the development of amenities on this tract that would be useful both to the residential community and to the new community that's being developed for seniors. And we'll have more conversation with you about that when we get to the land development stage. We haven't had conversations with the residents in the community about that yet, and from our standpoint, that's the next step. So with that background, I'll turn this over to Abe and Priya to tell you a little bit about the project that's contemplated here.
Good evening, everyone. Pleasure to see everybody. I have my daughter Priya here with me. She's a rookie in training. We're trying to get her. But this building is a duplicate of what's been built at Parkland Manor. The one-story, it's the exact same unit count, it's the exact same width, exact same length, and it's going to look exactly the same. We could actually call this Parkland Manor 2. However, we are calling it Macungie Manor because it's a total campus. There's more buildings going to be in Lower Macungie than it would be in the South Whitehall area. And our building that's built at Parkland Manor has one big living room, dining room, all in one. When you walk from your room to your dining table, it's a 6 to 7 foot walk. We serve, there's going to be approximately 20 units of memory care in here, and about 38 regular personal care rooms. And what that allows for is our personal care in this campus one story is going to be for people that are higher acuity. They're in wheelchairs, walkers, they're just in poor health, and we close to nursing home quality. And what we do at Parkland Manor, we save people from being charged a nursing home rate and having to go to Country Meadows or go to Luther Crest to be in a nursing home that they'll charge you $8,000, $10,000, $15,000 a month. Our rates are $4,900, $5,900. So it's affordable personal care. And the total campus across the street in the Lower Macungie side, which I'm sure your planners want to know what's going on the whole campus. There's going to be 2 buildings. One's going to be approximately 80 unit independent living, which is only a 3-story building, and it's what you planners have approved on our tennis courts on Crackersport Road. That's a 4-story, approximately same building, 80 some units. But what we did here, we lowered the building only to 3 stories because Lower Macungie only allows the 3-story. We're allowed 4 in South Whitehall. So, but we lengthened the building. We got the same unit count, and we have a nice independent living building. And then across the street from that is a personal care building. Personal care is going to be mostly 1-bedrooms, large. It's a duplicate building that's built. It's a copycat of the independent living building, but that's personal care. People that have that need minor care with medications, bathing, meals, that can go up an elevator, can walk down stair towers, and so it's big. And that's also a 3-story building. So we'll have independent living, personal care, and then in the South Whitehall side would be our higher acuity personal care, 1-story only, and it's going to be a beautiful campus. Our building at Parkland is 50% occupied already, and we'd like to move this along because we need beds, and we feel we're a great, excellent rateable. We take care of the residents in Lower Mac and South Whitehall Township, so we're serving a community. Very few people are coming to Parkland Manor that are from New Jersey. Nobody's few from Allentown. We're getting mostly South Whitehall residents. We got a few from Lower Mac and Macungie in Parkland Manor now. So we serve the neighborhood, you know, and the neighbors, we want to be in a residential neighborhood. We want to be where the people can walk and visit our residents there. And this is a beautiful project. We feel that our best amenity is being next to Lehigh Valley Hospital. Okay, it's like, wow, you could be next to a hospital. You know, if something happens, wow, immediate care, ambulance right down the street, or a doctor's coming to our campus. So most personal care homes in the country that are closer to hospitals are the most successful, and they give the best care. So we love being next to the hospital. We like being in Lower Mac and South Whitehall, but being around and walking distance to one of the best hospitals in Lehigh Valley, we feel this is going to be a great project. And we hope the planners would approve this and move it along, because we're in the plan. We are permitted by conditional use in Oklahoma country. We want to engineer this project and move it along. We can't wait for a comprehensive plan to move along, because we're not building apartments. This is care. We take care of people's lives. We extend people's lives through good care. So this does need immediate attention. The baby boomers are coming into our marketplace right now, and there's millions of them. And so we feel that there's a need and a demand to make an exception to our small project, 3.5 acres in South Whitehall, that's separated by 309, to say, and Bill Erdman mentioned earlier that this is a little island. If you look at it, this little tract is an island separated by 309, has no other direct effect with anybody else in South Whitehall, because you have to go across the bridge. There is going to be traffic generated. I have a traffic engineer, Peter Terry, here to explain the trip generation that's going to come from here. But ultimately, we're serving our residents, we're serving our parents. The competitive part of it is a lot of people in Lower Mac, South Whitehall are starting to leave the townships, because they'll be going to Emmaus. Phoebe Ministries, they're building a big project down the road, and they're good at what they do. So we want to aggressively get in there, keep the South Whitehall residents and the Lower Macungie residents in their neighborhoods, that they don't move down to Emmaus and move into a retirement community. And then you have to travel 5, 6 miles or 10 miles to visit your parents. So the sense of urgency is that we already have a beautiful facility built in on Crackersport Road, and this is a complete copycat of what we already have built. And we're hoping that the board will consider to give us an expedited approval for conditional use only. We have to fully engineer and come back to see you guys. So if you don't like something next time, you can really kick us in the butt. But we know how good your planners are. We know your engineers. We know, how detailed they want to be. We know you want sidewalks around the site. We know what what you're planning. We've been through your planning process before. So when we submit our plans to you, they're going to be close to being complete. So we can move along and move the project in the right direction. That's all we have.
Thanks, Abe. Dean, do you want to spend a minute just talking a little bit about what these buildings will look like?
Yep. This is Gene Berg from Galk Architects. I don't know if the township can call up the aerial rendering, which was page 50 of 51 out of your planning commission packet excerpt. And that shows an aerial rendering that overlooks the site and the development.
I don't think I can get to that, but I can give you control if you have something you can display on your end.
Do I just click on the screen?
Well, I'll give you, hold on one second. I'll turn the presenter controls over to you. What was your name again, sir? I'm sorry, Eugene?
It is Eugene Berg.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Okay, you should have the ability to display what you would like. If you just want to hit your share screen.
There we go. So what you're looking at here is an aerial rendering of the site that gives you an overview of the site. And the South Whitehall Township portion of the site is the northwest side of the site only. It's the strip which is up against the highway, the I-78 highway, where the one-story building is located, the right-hand building of the three. Then there are two 3-story buildings which are located on the lower Macungie Township side of the site. Those are the two that are on the left-hand side. And they, with the majority of the site, is remaining as green space in a park-like setting, as you can see. So the entire site is going to be encircled by a landscape buffer strip that will meet each township's zoning and SALDO ordinance requirements. And we're going to incorporate evergreens into the buffer to screen the views of the building from the adjacent neighborhood, meeting all of the township ordinances of and the buildings are also set back over 100 feet from the property lines. Tonight, our presentation is focused on South Whitehall Township zoning. Within South Whitehall Township, there are no adjacent residences, only an adjacent highway and our site's frontage on Hillview Road. So in regards to that evergreen buffer strip, we have other presentations which we are making at the lower Macungie Township meetings for our permitted conditional use in lower Macungie Township that give views from neighbors' backyards and other studies that we have done. Next, I'm going to call your attention to another page here, another rendering. Just a moment. So this is the ground level rendering, and you see an image of the 3-story buildings. And as you can see from the rendering, the buildings will have a residential appearance with a 312 sloped shingled roofs, A-framed gables, stone and cement board siding facades detailed with trim boards around the windows. And the buildings are designed as a high-class, high-end senior living and personal care buildings. There will be no flat rubber roofs on the buildings, no mechanical equipment on rooftops. The buildings are designed to look residential and fit in with the surrounding neighborhood. So everyone is familiar with the Parkland Manor project on Crackersport Road, and this project, the 1-story project, is very similar. The 3-story buildings are, they are a different version of the proposed independent living, which is also going to go on the Parkland Manor site. These are 3 stories tall instead of 4, and they meet all of the requirements in the adjacent lower Macungie Township. I just wanted to give you those 2 images just so that I could give you an idea of what the proposal looks like and the aesthetics of it, and so that you would realize that it is very much in keeping with the design of the surrounding neighborhood.
Thanks, Gene. Let's go back for the purpose of continuing the conversation to the last visual you gave, which was the overhead.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you. All right, the next person to speak to you will be Bill Erdman. But before he does, just wanting to point out 2 things about the South Whitehall piece of this. I mentioned at the beginning of the comments that this is a long, narrow strip, and it really is. Its maximum width, before you even consider setbacks or anything else, at the southern end along Hillview is only 250 feet wide, and it tapers to a much narrower point as you're proceeding north along I-78. So there's not much that can be done here, but a single building or perhaps a few singles. Bill's going to talk about why the property really can't be developed in any other fashion, reasonably or economically, to try to assuage your concerns that if you rezone this to allow this facility to be placed here, that it will not raise the kinds of concerns that you would typically have when you think about other possibilities for the site, both because of the size, its dimensionality, and the fact that it's an absolutely orphan parcel. It's the only piece of South Whitehall Township on the west side of I-78. Bill, with that, I'll pass it off to you.
Okay, if I could just start with one thing I'd like to drill a little deeper on. The facility itself, the complex, looking at the entire project, we know there's concerns with the residents, and as Blake alluded to earlier, it is our intent to meet with them, address their concerns, and see what issues we can include in the project to mitigate any impacts. But in terms of the project itself, the thing that is really unique about this is the fact that it sits in a residential area. And I realize that has downsides, but the upside is that facilities like this, unlike some of the others that are remote, have the ability of integrating into a neighborhood. And there are a lot of studies and programs around the country where there are attempts to integrate the seniors into communities with younger people, children, and so forth, because it's a very healthy situation. The other thing is that when we get a little bit deeper into it, particularly on the Lower Macungie side, there's been discussion about amenities such as pathways and things like that. And we recognize in this area, there's essentially no sidewalk. So one of the things that would be part of this would be the ability for residents in the area to utilize these pathways as walking pathways that they can use from the surrounding area. To the issue that Blake concluded on regarding the strip in South Whitehall Township, we know there's a concern with that because of the other uses. And when you look down the table in the zoning ordinance, I believe, as I recall correctly, the minimum lot size for the most intense use is like 3,400 square feet. I can tell you with no hesitation that this strip, this long, narrow strip that Blake just described in terms of its width, does not lend itself to any of those dense uses. In fact, there's a very good likelihood with the depth of the lot, the width of the road that would be required, it could very well be one-sided roadway, which is totally inefficient. So from a practical standpoint, this standalone lot could not be developed in the higher density uses that are in the ordinance. And we recognize that concern, so I thought it was important to realize that if you drill a little deeper, you realize that it just doesn't lend itself. The question might arise, will you have the entire property? As was mentioned earlier, the rest of it is suburban in Lower Macungie Township, and there's no discussion about changing that ordinance. It is now suburban. It happens to allow the facility that's proposed as a conditional use, but it cannot be incorporated into this smaller property to be able to develop the entire property in a more dense use. And as you heard earlier, the previous project, I think, had 30-some single-family units throughout the entire property. So as a standalone strip of land, it can't be developed. And given the adjacent zoning in Lower Macungie Township of suburban, which basically allows for single-family residential, you cannot combine the two for purposes of developing a much more urban type development with higher density. I would like to just refer to two citations from the staff review. I think this is important because I know one of the concerns that has been raised with respect to impacts would be such things as schools and emergency services and traffic and so forth. And from the one section it says, and it's talking about the issue that I believe came up in earlier discussions about the idea that other zoning requests have been tabled to be incorporated into the comprehensive plan. And staff, at least as I read it here, has made a determination that this is somewhat of an exception because it's kind of unique in terms of its location, among other things. And it says, for this particular proposal, the current and future uses, anticipated for this area appear to be in line with all available R5 primary uses. This distinction makes it a stronger candidate to proceed, the idea of proceeding with the zoning change independent of the comprehensive plan. So I think that's an important thing to consider, in addition to the fact that those higher density uses are just not usable or not workable on the property. The other one I want to refer to, it talks about the proximity to Route 309 somewhat confines this remnant piece of R3 zoning from that located on the other side of the limit access. HC and RR zoning border to the north and south, suggesting that the R5 category, what we're asking for, would serve as an appropriate transitional district. So there's one comment there suggesting that the approach of the other zoning requests to table it for inclusion in the comprehensive plan may not necessarily apply to this one, The other citation indicates that it seems to be an appropriate transitional zone for the adjacent uses. And finally, I'll mention it one more time, the concern about a more intense residential development is just not feasible on the property. As I mentioned, we are talking about meeting with the residents. I know Mr. Attia has a very good relationship with residents around the property. For those that would like to see what this would look like, I would invite them to go to Parkland Manor and see. It's a beautiful facility. There's a lot of concern with working with the neighborhood, and we intend to do that. I think I've touched on everything. Blake Marles touched on the municipal boundary. One other thing I should mention as it relates to the R3 and R5, and I know there's concerns about traffic, and Pete Terry will discuss that in a moment. But one of the, what I'll call the more intense traffic uses, which is schools, are permitted in both the R3 and the R5. So one of the more intense uses that would be a concern, particularly with respect to traffic, are in both R3 and R5. And as I mentioned several times, the possibility of putting a more dense development on that strip of land just doesn't work no matter how you look at it. And I think with that, we could move on to Pete, I believe. I should point out one thing, that we have agreed in conjunction with the Lower Macungie Township submittal. And by the way, that actually went pretty well. We got some fairly favorable response. They seem supportive of it. They like the idea. They seem to like what the project is. But there has an agreement to do a traffic impact study for the proposed use. So that traffic impact study will give some real insight to the traffic aspects of it. And recognizing that the more intense uses are not viable, I think you'll get a sense of what those impacts are. We know that down on Lincoln Avenue, that intersection is one of concern. I know Mr. Terry will take a look at that as part of it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Pete to just make some general comments about traffic, which again, recognize it's based on his experience and his background, but he hasn't done the detailed traffic study that will be undertaken.
Thanks very much, Bill. You stole my thunder.
Sorry,
After
Pete.
the Lower Macungie meeting, yes, we are in the process of preparing a traffic impact study for this proposed use. We have not specifically looked at the variation between the R3 and the R5 zones in South Whitehall. From conversations that we had today, our sense is that it will be a very small number of additional units that could be constructed with the difference between an R3 and an R5. I've been preparing traffic studies for a couple of decades now, and I believe that the impact that you would see from the difference in the two zones would be quite minimal. Very low traffic, a very small difference between the R3 and the R5 based on the way this site is likely or able to be developed. Again, we'll be preparing that traffic impact study and submitting it to Lower Macungie Township. We will share that with South Whitehall and try and address any other traffic comments. I know there was one question of the amount of traffic that would use Hillview and eventually make its way over to Lincoln and Hamilton Boulevard. That's something that will be identified in the traffic study. With that, Bill, anything else, or?
I think that's it. The only other thing I would touch on, and I'm sure the Planning Commission members would recognize this, if you look at the residents that will reside on this property, either the senior living, even the senior living who are going to be the more active, and then the assisted living, the traffic impacts, however you want to define them, are going to probably occur at off peaks. So you look at a peak hour traffic when you analyze it, what's happening during the peak hour. Even though some of these people may still be employed, many of them will be on fairly flexible schedules, and quite frankly, will probably be on the roadways at different times of the day when they travel. So it's not going to be coincident with the typical peaks that you see with traffic impacts. That's the only thing I would add to that, to just keep that in the back of your mind, again, as it relates to the proposed use.
All right, thanks, Bill. Thanks, Pete. I think we're back to the Planning Commission to ask for questions. and highlighting that we're only dealing with that small, less than 4-acre parcel adjacent to I-78 as part of this rezoning request, so that we can put a facility in here for people who have a higher acuity than those who will be resident in Lower Macungie Township.
Any questions from the planning board?
Yeah, I do have one question or comment. I saw the notes about the comp plan meetings and whatnot, stating that this area through the public comp plan meetings was designated as a little bit more of a dense area. I see a lot of comments from members in the audience tonight saying otherwise. So I'm just trying to get a feeling of, you know, because I was at some of those comp plan meetings and I did see people put the dots in the areas where they would like to see more development. So is it accurate to say that, you know, the people that did participate in the comp plan process, those public meetings, that it was said to be, they look to have a little more density there, or is that incorrect?
So to pass that to you?
Dave,
I can't comment on that. That's
Yeah,
really
this is,
a
I guess,
staff
more for
question.
our township staff. Because I know the comp plan process, we do take the public input, and those public meetings, if they said, I know one thing is being said in this meeting, and then the comp plan meetings, maybe something else was said.
Dave, from what our analysis says, at least the analysis we have to this point, the people who did come to the comp plan meetings did indicate a higher density there. Now, of course, there's a difference between that crowd and this crowd. Certainly, this is a different neighborhood. Certainly, we have some representation, I believe, from Lower Macungie, who wouldn't have attended the South Whitehall comp plan meetings. So what you're looking at here may be two different groups of people.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my initial thought, is the South Whitehall resident, being that this is almost like a little island, would put it over there rather than have it in their backyard. But that didn't encompass Lower Macungie residents and the surrounding area. So that's what I'm thinking. Thank you.
How much will waiting for the comp plan delay this project?
Yeah, I think Mr. Attia can respond on that one. That's a problem.
Yeah, it won't be doable because Mr. Attia has this under agreement. He doesn't own it, and the agreement expires before you'll get to the comp plan.
If I could add to that, my agreement of sale is to close by the end of this year. And my bank, in order to get financing on raw ground, I have to have at least my legal approvals in place, that I'm zoned right and I can do what I need to do. Otherwise, they will not let me the money on just farmland that you may be able to do something. Lower Macungie side, we're basically by right conditional use, but the Lower Mac, no, we can't build this unit without the rezone. And the consequence of that is that we might walk away from the project, because we're to be competitive in the market now, you have to develop a continuum care. You have to have 3 or 4 different products on a campus. And now Lower Macungie and South Whitehall, there's there's 2 continuum care communities right now, Country Meadows and Luther Crest, and they're very successful because of that. We want to be as successful as they are. However, but we have more affordable rates. We're locally owned, we're locally run, and we offer affordable rates to the township. I could say we're a blessing to the township. We make a marginal profit. We undersell everybody, and we give better care. and better food. So we are a blessing to the municipality. Our traffic impact, the neighbors that are gonna, we did a survey. Our neighbors' buildings are 2 stories. Most of them are 1 and 2 story buildings. Our building's 3-story, but when it's I think 70, 80 feet away. So they're going to be looking at, there's going to be another 10 foot of height above what their house is going to be. That's on the Lower Macungie side. On the South Whitehall side, we're 1 story. We're a big ranch home. I mean, like that's what we're building. By right, I could build 12 single family homes here on this site. So if I built 12 single family homes at 3,000 square foot per home per footprint, that's 36,000 square feet of buildings at 2 stories. Our footprint on this building, and Gene, correct me, I think it's approximately 40,000 square. I think we're at about 40,000 square feet in South Whitehall. 1 big ranch home is what we're building here instead of 12 2-story homes that'll be separated by lots. You could fit 12 single-family homes on this South Whitehall tract. So I'm basically putting those 12 homes together, okay, but building 1 big ranch home, and I'm serving the elderly that you're not going to have 3 or 4 bedrooms and trips and traffic and noise and kids going on it. So the impact of this big ranch home is going to be less than 12 single-family homes on this site. And that's traffic, that's noise, it's everything. So our use, and we're serving the elderly, the frail population. So what we're putting in here is better than anything that could go on this site, by right or not by right. It's a good use, and I think the neighbors are going to complain no matter what we put here. It's been a cornfield for a long time. They want it to remain a cornfield, and I respect them. We're going to buffer as much as possible. There's existing buffer. I offered to Lower Macungie that I would pay to put a walking path along a bike path, a paved 6-foot trail from the edge of my property to the edge of it, and I'll pay to install it, and I'll pay to maintain it because I like exercise. I like walking. There's no sidewalks there now because one of the supervisors mentioned, what about walking? There's no sidewalks on either side of the street. So we are neighborhood friendly. At our other manors, we have neighbors move into our facilities to replace their parents there. Let's say we're all of our facilities, and we have 5 of them are neighbor friendly. The neighbors right now are upset because we're building a 3-story building when they have a 2-story building, and they don't want this in their neighborhood. And I respect them, you know, and they have a right to grieve. But we're the best use you could ever think that you'd want to be on this particular location. And we're taking care of the elderly. So the delay in if we wait for the comp plan, I may walk away. I will probably not build the project. It's a deal breaker for me. My seller will not wait because the single family home market is heating up. You know, and he might just sell it to some builder who wants to build. There was 36 single family homes planned here, and the trip generation, I think Peter mentioned, between a single family home here and our retirement community, I think we're at 780 trips, and I think the single family home was like 5 in the 550, almost 600 range, and that's during peak time. Our trip generations are off peak time, so that the trade-off is going to probably be like a break even on traffic because our travelers are traveling off peak time, our residents that are retired and are independent. So it's a neutral. It's not going to be more impact than what could go on this site if I walk away. This would be definitely a single family, a lot of single family home with a lot of trips, a lot of activity on this campus, swimming pools and a lot of other activity, dogs and noise going on in their backyards that the neighbors probably aren't going to like anyway. So, I mean, I respect the neighbors. I always get along with the neighbors, even though our first approach, and we're setting up a meeting with the neighbors. We want to know what their complaints are, I know they're on this phone call tonight. They're gonna grieve. Probably all of them are from Lower Macungie, but they have a right to make a complaint. They have a right to grieve and mention and then talk to you guys and try and convince you not to vote on this project. But I urge you that to vote in favor of us, because our big building is, well, it's a big ranch home. It's going to be less impact. And you see what goes on at Parkland Manor. We have the building 50% occupied, and there's no noise, there's no traffic, the parking lot's empty. You know, and the deer run around in our field, it's quiet. You know, it's like, we're a good neighbor. And I encourage the planners to move us along and not wait for the complaint, because that will be a deal breaker for us. Because I know my seller is he's anxious to sell his property and get, you know, to get his money and or put single family homes in here.
It would, if the planning commission would allow me, I'd like to just circle back on something I think is important, and Abe just kind of touched on it. I suspect, and I have little doubt, that the major concern is with the multi-story buildings. The important thing to recognize is that we are not asking for a zoning change to permit those buildings. That's a conditional use. I've been told for many years a conditional use is a permitted use with conditions and will satisfy those conditions. So the zoning relief that's being requested as far as the zoning change is only in South Whitehall Township. We do not need a zoning change in Lower Macungie Township to put in the proposed use, which are the senior elderly housing. Although it works together as a campus, I think there's a very important distinction between the approvals required between the two municipalities. I know the planning commission members understand this. I just thought it was important to draw attention to that there may be some misunderstanding that there's a zoning change being made to permit the project. That is only permitting the smaller one-story building that Abe just talked about in South Whitehall Township. I think that's an important distinction.
I want to add one other thing also, if the board doesn't mind. The impact on the schools, okay? If there are 50 or so single-family homes, the 2 kids, it's 100 kids going to your school district, okay? That's a big impact to educate those kids. And we have 0 kids. Our impact on the school district is a big tax check that they could use to pay for the school district's personal education. So we actually give a big check to the school district, and we don't send any kids there. So we are it's a big plus.
Okay. I'd like to ask a question here. You're saying that the South Whitehall portion is the row of the building, the row on the next to 78?
Yes,
that is
sir.
correct. Yes.
That is it. Now, so are you saying that you could build the other 2 rows? Let's just say, for example, we said no for a moment. Or, you know, you could build the other 2 rows. Is that what you would do?
I could, but my bank, I could do them without you. If you guys say no to me, I could still build the 2 buildings, okay, in Lower Macungie, and that's a by right plan. And but the bank right now, in current conditions with COVID out there, they want the CCRC, the type of having. I'm actually going to have 4 products. I'm going to have independent living. I'm going to have personal care. I'm going to have memory care, and then I'm going to have advanced physical care. That's a good product. The banks love financing continuing care retirement. If you take out the 1-story building, I lose my memory care. I lose my advanced physical care, which are very good products. And that's what I got going on at Parkland. I built them first at Parkland Manor, and we're 50% occupied. If you take that from me, I may have a hard time getting financed and to build straight up independent living and personal care. It could be a problem for me getting financing. And I'm not saying I'd walk away from the project, but it's going to be more difficult for me to develop the site and develop the project with the lending conditions right now with the recession we're in. So I prefer to have 4 products on this campus that allows us to have continuum care. We've had people living in the independent living at Salkin, and then the wife is in the memory care building. We've had people in that advanced physical care, and the spouse is in the personal care section. couples come to our campuses all the time, and it's a shame to try and move. They got to go to different campuses, but here it'll all be on one campus. They could eat together and basically live on the same campus. We're trying to provide that so couples don't split up.
All right. Just so I'm just trying to understand everything here, Abe. On this drawing or rendering, you're showing open space to the left. Is that part of this property as well?
Well, yes, it is. The open space. Now, this plan that you're seeing right now was the original submission. We made revisions in Lower Macungie. Those buildings that are running north to south are now east to west. So we tilted them over, and the walking path is actually it's more to the far corner of the open space now. But we got a real nice walking path. The township, Lower Macungie, required us to have a real big outdoor walking path. We did it. We have 2 clubhouses with swimming pools. Yes, indoor swimming pools we're designing. So the personal care is going to have its own clubhouse with an indoor pool, and Independence is going to have its own indoor swimming pool. It's nice. And we shifted the 2 buildings the opposite way of where they are now in our resubmission to Lower Macungie. This is an old plan on the Lower Mac side, but the building in South Whitehall is existing the way it is, and that's staying the way it is because, like Bill said, it's a rectangular piece, and you could only fit a big ranch home in there. You can't do anything else with it. We designed that. That was actually my first design. I looked at we lifted up Parkland Manor's footprint and dropped it in on this site, and the building worked perfect for us.
Okay.
There's going to be a lot of open space, walking paths. We're going to recommend putting a walking path on Hill Road to work the neighbors with us that have outdoor walking. Those neighbors that are living there now, they walk out on the street and they don't even walk through yards. It's like you could get run over by a car. I will pay for it on one side of the street, a 6 or 8 foot paved path, and I'll actually maintain it for them.
Speaking of Abe's comment, the screen now shows the layout that's much more in line with what's being proposed.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at that's actually what we resubmitted in Lower Mac, and look at the walking paths behind it. It works better with the topographies, and it gives us an outdoor walking path. And we created a second road out for fire access that Lower Mac wanted, and we've been working with them. But our building that we have in front of us for South Whitehall is a duplicate of Parkland Manor. It's the exact same footprint, so it has memory care and personal care. So
if I can make a comment here, the sketch that's up, one of the things that we discovered as we tried to reorient buildings is that this parcel slopes down about 40 feet from the south to the north. So in terms of what the residents view, they're going to view rooftops at about the same height as their rooftops. You don't get a sense of the topography from this rough sketch.
And I think the other important point to make is that the alignment of the buildings is different, but the number of units in those 3 buildings is exactly the same as the first sketch that's in your packet. So this was not a reorientation to add more density or buildings. As was just said, it had everything to do with topography upon further analysis of the architecturals. And I know Abe on his properties is very, very sensitive to having level areas around the buildings because of the incapacities of some of the people with wheelchairs and everything. So he's very adamant about making sure that everything is very flat. And as we look closer at that, we recognize that this orientation makes more sense, but it's important to recognize it is not additional units. It's exactly the same number of units from the very beginning. That has not changed.
And I would add another thing of our 5 other facilities. Whenever we build, this project's a $30 to $40 billion project. The property values around us, they increase 10 to 20% in value on resales. Our staff buys homes. People want to live near their parents. So the neighbors are going to complain about the increase of 1 story, but their ultimate property values are going to increase because they're going to be next to a beautiful, brand new lifestyle retirement community. This is like a plus. It's going to boost their value up. It's like, I think money-wise, compatibility-wise, it's a win-win for the neighbors. It's a win-win for us. It's a tax rateable for both municipalities, and we're serving the elderly. I can't see anything wrong with the project. I mean, it's a good project. It's a good one.
Thanks. Are there any other comments from the Planning Commission?
I have one. Abe, Mr. Attia, you had said that this resubmission addresses Lower Macungee's concern for emergency access, fire access. Could you show me on this plan where that would be? That was one of my main concerns of this. Having been on scene at the Heather Glen fire, it's a chaotic situation, and one access scared me.
No, we originally submitted with one access because of the impervious coverage. We wanted to match, make sure we had no variance. We wanted to get approved density-wise with 30% impervious. Township said, no problem, I know you can do this. But then we met with the planners. They said we want a second-way access, a paved access, and we want a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We complied, and we said, well, if the township wants these extras, we're okay, we'll do them, but we're going to need to increase their impervious from 30 to 40%, and we're submitting a amendment for life care centers to improve their impervious from 30 to 40. We're going to actually have a paved emergency access second way in from the other route. And we wanted to do that originally, but if we submit it, we wouldn't be legal. We would be turned down. So we went legal first. Once we said they realized, yeah, they have to approve us. And then we said, okay, all these extras that the township wants, we will comply, and we put them all in, but it knocks us over to 30% impervious. We said that your friends in South Whitehall, we're like 60 or 70%. We submitted a plan showing all the surrounding municipalities, and there were 30. Everybody else in all the surrounding municipalities are like 50, 60, 70% impervious. So we submitted a nice plan, and they sort of agreed with us. We think they're going to approve the 40% that we submit just for life care centers to service this project properly. And it does need a second means of egress for fire trucks. And a couple, we're widening the walkways from, I think, from 4 feet to 6 or 8 to widen them for wheelchairs or people that are on there, so more people can pass, and a couple other smaller issues. So we got a Class A project now working with Lower Mac.
The emergency access, it is shown on this aerial rendering at the top of the drawing, and it connects over to Hillview Road at the upper left-hand corner of the site.
Is that Clearway? It connects to Clearway.
Another item that you will see on this aerial rendering is the stormwater management facility, which is at the top corner of the site closest to the I-78 and Route 222 Cloverleaf. You'll see that there's a pond in that corner, and that was another one of the South Whitehall Township concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the Planning Commission? Okay, I think.
I'm sorry. Yes, I had a question. Why is the assisted living being built on the South Whitehall side and not on the Lower Macungie side if the zoning already is approved there for them?
Because I like South Whitehall, and I want to give you guys some ratables. I could have put a parking lot on your thing, and Lower Mac actually wants me to build that building on their side. But I said, no, I like South Whitehall, and I like the frontage on 309. I want customers to drop by and say, aha, there is Macungie Manor there. So that road frontage, building that building there, it's a sellability for me, and South Whitehall gets the ratables. If you guys deny my application, and I'd have to go back to Lower Mac and put that one-story building on the Lower Mac side and put a parking lot on your side, and then you get tax ratables on a parking lot, and I lose my road frontage. So there's value to being in South Whitehall and building that one-story building there. So everybody driving by, going to the hospital, sees the place. When people break their hips, you get a lot of injuries. People going to Lehigh Valley Hospital. Lehigh Valley now has their own nursing rehab in there on one of the floors. They treat broken bones, they rehab them, and bam, moving them right to our facility. So we're a transition for nursing rehab that's the reason why we didn't put that on Lower Mac. And we built this building before in South Whitehall, dealing with your fire chief, your inspectors. We know everybody. We have the plans. We like to keep this one-story building in South Whitehall. That's what we prefer to do.
The other thing, Diane, that I'd point out is that by putting that building on the other part of the property, it leaves a lot more of an open area. If you were to put all three buildings on just the Lower Macungie tract, it would be much, much more dense. So this allows, as shown on the aerial, you can see the walkways in the open space. A lot of that would be lost if you moved it over. And then the question is, what do you do with the piece adjacent to the highway? Having that undeveloped doesn't benefit anybody because it's over next to the highway. So it allows for more flexibility for amenities on the entire tract.
By the way, where is the parking lot on this one, on this view?
It's all around it. The parking lot on the one-story building, it goes all around the building. And the other thing about having a building up front is convenience for visitors. It's people that are wheelchairs and walkers. Keeping the building closer to the access road, Hill Road, it's quick visit, quick out, going around. So it's more of a convenience, and it's but the parking is all around the building. It's all around the front and the building.
And on the Lower Macungie side of the property, it's between the buildings. You can't really see it because it's an aerial, but it's between the buildings.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the Planning Commission? I'd like to move on to the public comment. Greg, how do you want to do this? I want to emphasize there's been some noise. If you could turn, if you're not speaking, please mute your microphone. Greg, do you have a way? How do you want to? We do have
start?
Yeah, well, Greg, what I was thinking, I'd like to ask Jennifer real quick. So a lot of what's in the chat box, there's been a number of what I would say are comments. Would you prefer that those are all read into the record with the names and allow the opportunity to respond, or can we just go through the list of names and ask them to raise their concern?
I think the latter is a better approach, George. I would read the name of each person in the chat box and ask them to make a comment if they want to state something on the record.
Okay. Greg, I'll go ahead and do that, and that way you can concentrate on, an answer from the planning side if one should arise. So okay. I'm gonna go back to the very first one. It was Karen and Dominic Bartels, 1181 Hillview Road. The floor is yours.
Yes, we are opposed to this. We feel that it will increase traffic. We are concerned about our safety, the safety of the pedestrians, the foot traffic on our road, the increased congestion, and overall area value concerns.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know, Bill, do you want to have an opportunity to respond to each of the comments, or just listen to them and then respond? Yeah.
I think let's go through them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next on the list is Joseph, no last name. Joseph. Is Joseph there? Okay, I will move on. If Joseph comes back on later, just please let me know in the chat box and I'll pick you back up on the back end. Carl Mabry. Is there Carl Mabry? That's all I have is the name. I really don't have it. Oh,
Can you hear
we go. Yep, gotcha.
All right. I've been listening to this. I appreciate y'all letting us voice our opinions on this because we are the ones basically impacted by this development. I've been taking notes while I've been listening to everybody speak about this, and I understand basically this is a sales pitch and trying to get something in, but I have some differing opinions with what's been said specifically by Mr. Atiyah and a couple of the other comments from the planning board. Mr. Atiyah is describing this as a beautiful campus. And everyone I've spoken with in the surrounding neighborhoods of this property is not wanting this. He's saying that, let me refer to my notes here. He's assuming that the property owners want or prefer this to single residence homes. And that's just not the case. We welcome the single residence homes when Mr. Pasaka was originally doing this back in 2009. We knew it was going to get developed sooner or later. But we do not want major buildings. While we want our elderly taken care of, no question, I think there's better places in the valley that this could be accomplished, specifically Lower Macungie and South Whitehall. You know, Mr. Attia made a comment today on TV in an interview that it's a beautiful view of the valley. And all of these residences, property owners have enjoyed that view for many years. We've been paying taxes for decades. And to put 3-story buildings in the way so they can enjoy that view, I just don't see as fair in the best interest of South Whitehall. All the negatives I can think and that I've discussed with people that live around here are affecting South Whitehall and not Lower Macungie. There is a current road leading right up to the property in the southwest corner of the property in Lower Macungie that could be the main entrance to this property and development. And I don't understand why we can't do that. South Whitehall is gaining no open space, no pathways, being negatively affected by traffic. All the negatives are hitting South Whitehall with the exception of the revenue that comes to the township. And I'm hoping that that's not the only consideration of this committee. Hillview Road is an overburdened emergency snow route and also ambulance route from the hospital. It is a literal shortcut for residences of Lower Macungie, Macungie, Albertus, and Mayus. Many people come down this road. Now, while I think his name is Bill, has studied traffic for decades, and while there may not be a big difference between R3 and R5 impact, it would be a major difference on this road. I just don't see how anybody can deny the math. If there was 50 single residential homes over there, it's going to impact the traffic situation far less than the 200 or 300 residences you're talking about putting in there. The visitors to those residences alone would be more of a severe impact than just 45 or 50 single residence homes. So I hope we look farther than just what the difference is between R3 and R5 and truly look at the negative impact that is going to happen because of the number of residences that we're proposing moving in here. There's a couple other design flaws that I've seen. I want to stress the road that leads up in the southwest corner. I still don't understand why that can't be utilized. But the main entrance that you're proposing, I don't understand why you can't situate that where it comes straight off Nonamaker Road instead of in front of a residence, a current property owner here. You'd have to move it, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 yards north, and it'd come straight out on Nonamaker Road, which is direct access to the hospital. It'd be even a quicker trip, less turns. So I'd like you to consider that as well. And then, I don't know, I just, you know, we've been here since 2002. I know people that have been here many more decades than that. And this is not something anybody would want, as Mr. Attia professes. And I don't think he would propose any kind of development like this in his own neighborhood. I know where he lives, or I know your neighborhood anyway. And I don't think you'd want this kind of traffic impact in your neighborhood. There was one other point I was going to make, and I apologize, it's just slipping my mind. But I wish we would consider a South Whitehall. Mr. Attia said he'd probably pull the project if he did the, what's it called, a comp to give me a comp study or comp plan. If that was to happen, he'd pull the project. And I say, you know, any agreement can be renegotiated with whatever he has with the banks or agreement he has to buy from Pasaco. We should really be looking at the negative impact that's going to happen around here for the current property owners, the people that have been paying taxes for decades, and that have really enjoyed the quality of life that we've had. This would definitely change the quality of life. I am all for taking care of senior citizens. I am all for the benefits that Mr. Attia mentioned, but at the same time, there is plenty of land. Lower Macungie, to my knowledge, has never introduced a commercial property like this in the middle of a residential neighborhood before. And while I understand that part of this is South Whitehall, again, I stress the fact, we're getting all the negative impacts from it. Other than the revenue, we're getting all the negative impacts as property owners and taxpayers in this area. And I appreciate the time to speak.
May I respond to that, to the comments about integrating these communities in Lower Macungie Township? There's one recently built on Crocs Road and Lower Macungie Road that's completely surrounded by a residential development. There's another one down the street, which is very close to my house, that was integrated into a residential area. With very few exceptions, the senior facilities in Lower Macungie Township are integrated into neighborhoods.
Okay.
Carl.
I would like to respond to that as well. I mean, if you look at those, I understand that there are residences around the ones but it doesn't impact neighborhoods like it is this one. This is literally in the middle. I understand the previous ones, from my understanding anyway, that they're bordered one, maybe two sides, not completely surrounded.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna have to move on a little bit.
Excuse me, Carl, can you give me your address?
909 Hillview Road.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Danielle Walter and Mark Walter, 3877 High Point Drive.
Yes, thank you for taking a few minutes. We are opposed to this proposal with concerns of safety. As nice as Mr. Attia sounds, I was a little taken aback by his statements of how the proposal of single-family homes coming in would create issues with dogs and kids and pools and all the things that our neighborhood is and what we like. We are concerned about all the extra traffic. I don't know if anybody in the Planning Commission has actually spent any time on Hillview Road. I attempt to walk my dogs, and it is currently very dangerous. And furthering that traffic would be an issue. I want to also see some of the traffic studies. I'm concerned about whether or not a change in the zoning could then at any point change the purpose of this land in a bait and switch style proposal, which is a concern as well moving forward. There's a lot of things that are addressed by a number of other residents around here, and I don't know that any of the Lower Macungie residents surrounding this area were very aware of this situation prior to the proposal to Lower Macungie. So with those things, and I'm sure a number of points made later, we do oppose the proposal of putting this resident community in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is David Galkin, 3752 Crestview Drive. Is David out there? All right.
He just put in the chat that his microphone was not working.
Okay. I'll write his name down and we'll come back to him after we get through the balance here. So let's move on to, looks like Liza Alec Ackerman at 921 South Hillview Drive.
Yes, thank you very much for recognizing me. I just wanted to put out there that I wholeheartedly do oppose this in our neighborhood, as many people have posted on comments and have put out there. The actual Hillview Drive Road is very dangerous. Currently, I've been living at our property for a few years now, and I have 2 small children. Just to get to the lesser traveled roads in our community, it's very dangerous. A lot of times people are moving at a higher rate of speed than is posted as the speed limit. I have grave concerns about the traffic from this entire community, even with ambulance traffic dumping out on to go to the hospital. And again, I am all for the seniors, and my parents are older, and I think it's a very good thing to have in your community, but I don't think that this placement of this community is very advantageous for the people that are currently living on Hillview. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jackie Smith, 3749 Crestview Drive. Is Jackie out there? Okay, I don't see Jackie. Oh, okay.
I'm here. Yep,
Gotcha.
sorry. I would like to, I don't know if my comments were read, but I wrote a lot in the chat here. But
Yeah,
I
if
don't
you just want to summarize those, that would be great.
Yeah. So I don't actually live directly on this road, but I'm 2 blocks away. And so just my concern, if I were to live on that road, imagine if you are at that house, and a company comes and they say, we're gonna cut into your yard by 6 feet and put in a sidewalk. And you don't have any say in that. If you look at even the image right here on that road, there's not a lot of sidewalk space to even add. You're basically taking away their whole front yard. And I just think that's not fair to them, even though that's not my property. Although I do understand that happens. But then if you look behind their property, you have buildings that are towering above even these trees that have been added. This road is very dangerous, as many others have said. My big concern would be the bridge. It's not shown in this picture, but it goes right over 78. And I know that I could literally step over a fence, it's not a high fence, to walk down right to the highway. And so adding this for elderly, it's a very bad place, bordered by those 2 highways, and it's also very close to 22. So saying that you're concerned about the elderly, this is not the place for elderly people. Which brings me to the concern that everyone else has, that this could just obviously be turned into something else, which is much more busier than what we're seeing. And it would be upgraded to the R5. And so we wouldn't have the say to go back on that. And of course, I think it was mentioned earlier that this could be written in, and I just think that has to be really taken into consideration, that this would purely have to be for the elderly, which it's not a good case for. For that to only have 1 entrance and exit is also a very poor decision. This road is quite busy. It would definitely need at least more than 1 entrance, I can say that. Just being on the road, it's quite a busy road. Adding construction in this area, doing any sidewalk work, this road goes from Kressler and Lincoln, and there's not many places that you can cross 78. So for you to have construction directly on this road would create a very long detour for many people. So this isn't just affecting our immediate neighborhood. This is affecting anyone who needs to cross this area. That's a lot of people. I wrote a lot here, and you can read my comments as well. I'm not going to take any more time, but please take into consideration, this isn't just about the neighbors. This is about everyone in South Whitehall and Macungie. Thank you.
Thank you. George, I just want to make sure you are able to save the chats that everybody's written, the comments?
Yes.
Okay. Just so everybody's aware that your comments will be in the record.
I'm sorry, this is Carl Mabry again. How do we access the recording of this and the record?
Generally, if we can, we post this to YouTube and put the link on the South Whitehall Township website in the calendar where this meeting occurred. The minutes for the meeting will be approved at a future Planning Commission meeting, and then they will appear on the Planning Commission page of the South Whitehall website.
And that will include all the comments?
Yes, it will be a lot of writing.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Moving on, forgive me on the last name here, Steve Rudzinski, 1250 Clearview Circle.
Yes, I live close by Lower Macungie. I travel Hillview extensively. It's very busy, a lot of pedestrian traffic. I ride a bike. I rode my bike once or twice on that street before I felt no way am I going on there again. I'll take the bike down in the car down to the a trail down at the fish hatchery. Just to reiterate what everyone else said, and I am against that project as a Lower Macungie resident, and I could see why in South Whitehall it would be bad. I mean, that road it's a quiet road, it's very narrow, and in this whole area, this whole neighborhood, South Whitehall, Macungie, everybody walks on the street. There are no sidewalks. Massive development is just not needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last thing's gonna be tough on this one too. Nicole Amakuchi, 3736 Crestview Drive. Is Nicole out there? Okay, Nicole, just put your name at the end of the chat box again if you want to speak after we get through the rest here. Next is Greg Sloan, 3869 High Point Drive.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So like everyone else, I am opposed to this project. It's pretty clear to me when you look at the aerial view of this that this does not belong in the community. It doesn't match or blend with anything else going on in the area. I'll say there's a lot of focus on traffic. At least for me, that is an issue, but it is not the issue. This entire project is an issue, and traffic is one of many of the issues. Really, my biggest concern is it just simply doesn't belong here. It doesn't blend with the current community. I heard some comments that Lower Macungie was informed of this project and they welcomed it. I don't believe that. I'll say I received a paper notifying me of this meeting, probably from a neighbor. If the notifications and awareness was similar in Lower Macungie, the community had no idea that that was going on. There were comments about how friendly this person is with the neighbors and how he goes and surveys them and asks their opinions. None of that happened. No one knocked on my door. With COVID, I've been working at home for months, so he can't say that someone knocked on my door and I wasn't here. So again, I think if Lower Macungie was as aware of this as we were, they would be saying all of the same things. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Next is Joanne Markowitz, 833 South Hillview Road.
Hi, I'm Joanne Markowitz. I live at 833 South Hillview Road. I wrote quite a few comments, but since writing the comments and listening to some of the other people speak and some of the comments that they were putting on the chat side, it brought up a couple more things for me. One of them is there really was kind of skipped over in regards to where will the sewer be hooked up? Will it be on Hillview Road or Clearway? I believe if I got it correctly, a sewer is only on Hillview. There's no water. Clearway has water and sewer. So I'm not quite sure how these people are going to get water unless they're going to put some kind of a well or where they're going to connect. My concern is if the water is a hookup down below, due to the 40-foot grade from the top to the bottom of the land, how are you going to deal with both the sewage and the water runoff going down to the bottom of the lot? Another thing that came up that I thought was even more interesting is the traffic study. And if you happen to notice, there were several people that mentioned, how can you get accurate numbers during the pandemic? Because we have schools closed, so we do not have teachers going to school. We do not have students going to school. We have a lot of people who are home right now doing virtual jobs, which means they are not leaving their homes in the morning or coming back at night. And Dorney Park is closed, just to name a few. That's probably what % of the usage of that road that is not being used right now. And we're going to do a traffic study. How accurate is it going to be? Does anyone honestly know what % of people are home and not using the roads right now to get to their jobs, or they're unemployed waiting to go back? That's a big issue for me, and it seems like the traffic is a big issue for the majority of people that are here. So I'm a little concerned. How can you get accurate numbers during the pandemic? I don't know if there's such a thing as this could be tabled until you can get an accurate traffic study done, because you're not going to get an accurate number now. I don't know what anyone else thinks, but that's what I think, and that's all I have.
Okay, that takes us to Mark Hill, 935 Hillview Road.
Oh, thank you. I would like to reiterate what both Joanne said and Carl Mabry said. I've lived here on Hillview Road since 1967 and been around here since birth, since my grandfather lived at 921 South Hillview Road. So the traffic is a major impact, as far as also the overall dynamic affecting the environment and the utilities. It just doesn't belong here. And even if you rezone this thing to R5, I am concerned, and Mr. Attia doesn't get to build his thing. I'm concerned that it may just be something else could be built in its place that would be even worse. So I'm dead set against rezoning this thing to R5. It doesn't belong in this neighborhood, and many people have said everything that I've already thought about earlier. So thank you for your time.
Okay. Next is Carl Mabry. I think we already talked to Carl, right? So next is Tim and Allison Massey, 1177 Hillview Road.
Hi, this is Allison Massey here with my husband Tim, and we just want to say that we are completely opposed to this, and we agree with everything that our neighbors have been saying so far. We're definitely concerned about the traffic, we're concerned about the safety, we're concerned about the fact that this just does not belong in this residential neighborhood that we love so much the way it is right now. And we're definitely concerned with the bait and switch that some other people have brought up, considering already during this meeting we were shown one aerial view, and then halfway through we were shown the actual aerial view of what they were planning to do, which looked very different and very invasive. So we have a lot of concerns about this, and we are just overall opposed to the entire plan behind this, because there's so many negative impacts that this would have on our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Smith, I think we've already talked to Jackie, correct? So we will go to, this is just titled Angry Neighbor, no address. So Angry Neighbor, we would need you to give us your name and your address, please, if you want to go ahead and summarize your comments. Okay. Move on. Joanne Markowitz, I think we've already talked to. Carol Mabry, 909 Hillview Road. Is Carol there?
She is here. I have it on
Okay.
good authority.
Does she make a comment?
Yeah, she's on another laptop. I think she's having trouble with her microphone. If you give her a minute, she can run in here and talk on mine. Carol? Can't hear you, babe. Come talk on mine. Sorry, I thought I muted that.
There you go. Give me your phone.
It's
Oh.
on the.
Hello. Oh, now it's working.
You should mute one or the other.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you want to mute one of them.
Okay, is that better?
Yep.
Okay. What I wanted to say was one comment was made by Mr. Atia that blends in with our neighborhood. That does not blend in with our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is 1950s houses, ranch homes, single story types of areas. The other concerns I have mostly are traffic. And it's not just the amount of traffic, it's the type of traffic. We're going to have larger trucks, delivery trucks, many more vehicles are going to weigh much more than what's going down this road already. And it's not going to work with this entrance on Hillview Road. It's just not. So we need to go back to the drawing board on what you want to do with that land, but this is not it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Joanne Markowitz, again, I think we've gotten to her. Danielle Walter, 3877 High Point Drive. Have we talked to Danielle yet? Is Danielle out there?
She can't talk. Her computer died.
Okay. Well, we have her comments, and if she gets back on before the end of the meeting, just let me know in the chat box, and we'll get back to her.
Thank you.
Next, I have Timothy Conrad, 3816 Dogwood Trail. Timothy? Okay. How about Carl Eisenhart, 1140 Greenleaf Circle?
That's me. Good evening. I've been listening very interested. I'll confess right off the bat that I'm actually new to the area. We just moved here in April. But I want to echo everyone's sentiments that, certainly putting a project this big in, and however many cars, as somebody said, 800 cars a day, the surrounding, not even Hillview Road, which that would be tragic there, but all the surrounding intersections that everyone would have to go through to get to and from there, out to 222, out to Cedar Crest Boulevard, those intersections are already overrun horrendously. I missed the part about the traffic study earlier in the meeting. But what somebody just said about the, obviously during the middle of the pandemic is probably not a good time to get a representative sample of what the traffic's actually like. When Dorney Park opens alone, that intersection where Hillview Circle comes out, or Hillview Road comes out to 222, that's going to be a busy place. And that needs to be considered. I'm very much against this. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Steve Molinaro, 4261 Clear Way.
Hi, yes, I'm Stephen Molinaro from 4261 Clear Way. My wife and I also strongly oppose the rezoning for 900 Hillview Road. I'll echo the statements that have been made regarding concerns for safety and the degradation of our community. Furthermore, the road coming off Clearway is directly attached to my property and affecting me. Mr. Priya does not speak for me in his earlier comments that residents should want this project. I would much prefer it to stay agricultural or single residence. And also, I strongly disagree with his comments that somehow our property values will increase. In the interest of time, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Walter, I see Mark and Daniel Walter. Now, did we get both of you all, or I'm not sure we got Mark before. Mark Walter, 3877 High Point Drive.
Yep, this is Danielle Walter.
Okay.
I had, obviously seems we all have the same concerns. You know, a huge thing is the safety. We have children. I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old, and my neighbors probably see us walking the dogs with the kids driving the little electric car. Add this into the mix, in the summers when Dorney Park is open, there's how many fatalities at that intersection due to traffic. I fear we live on High Point Drive, and right now the through traffic is bad. There's cars that fly up and down our road. And if you add this into that is a huge safety concern for the pedestrians and the children and everyone that lives in these neighborhoods. And there's no way to widen these roads. On Hillview, there's absolutely no way. You'd be taking half of people's properties. So I'm not even sure how you would even go about doing that if that was one of the thoughts. But again, I'm definitely opposed to this, and thank you for your time.
I know I won't get this last name right, but Thomas Udekust, 1009 Hill Drive. Is Thomas out there? Okay, let's move on to Christine Tadero and Mike Pinella, 3850 South Hillview Road.
Yes, hi. We have been residents for 4 years, and I will echo all of the concerns of our neighbors here. We are about, despite the different numbering of our address, we are only about 5 blocks from where the entrance of this would be, and we're very concerned about the increased traffic. As most of the folks in the neighborhood know, when you try and cross Lincoln now to get to the park or to get to the other parts of the neighborhood, it's very risky already with the amount of traffic. So I will also echo the concerns about, not just traffic on Hillview, but traffic on all the accompanying roads, and the fatalities that we have all seen in those intersections near Hamilton, again, already. And I will also mention that, we, probably like others in the neighborhood, have seen a real uptick in wildlife in our neighborhood during the pandemic. And that little green area where you're planning on building this is a green corridor where we see a lot of deer, foxes, and other wildlife come through. And it's just a shrinking little green areas, and it's a shame that more of this would be taken. So we are very opposed to this. Thanks for your time.
Deborah Baracco, 1166 Hillview Road. Deborah? I don't recall. Did we get Greg Sloan, 3869 High Point Drive? Greg?
You did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tim Rooney, 3878 High Point Drive. Oh, that's not back. If that was Tim, please sign in again at the backside of the chat box, and I'll pick you up on the back end. William Lightlich, no address. Oh, I'm sorry. There is an address in the next box, 3868 High Point Drive. Is William there? Okay. Lauren Litchfield, 3759 Bellevue Drive. Is Lauren there? Okay. Tim Rooney, no address. Is Tim there? Oh, I hear somebody trying to. Okay, we will move on. Let's see, Matt Crescent, 1187 Clearview Circle.
So, I don't want to repeat what my neighbors have said, but I did want to bring up a few things. First thing is, when I tried to share this meeting notice with people on Facebook, when you click on the agenda for this meeting, if you're on a mobile device, it wouldn't scroll, it wouldn't show the whole agenda. So I don't know if it was an Android problem or what, but a lot of phones that I tried, I couldn't get to scroll down to see that this was even a meeting agenda point. All you could see was the first project. So I just wanted to see if other people had that problem and if it could be fixed. Moving on, I had a question about how would you get a tractor trailer or like a coach bus or like a Transbridge bus into this facility? Like what roads would you physically drive down to get to this facility if you were the driver? Could somebody walk me through that?
If the board wants, I can answer that question, but this is going to go on and on for 3 hours. I mean, I can answer every question every neighbor objected to.
Right.
Sure. This is an easy question. The road coming in is going to be wide enough for a tractor trailer to get in. We're going to have turnaround ratios that
No. I'm saying to get to the frontage of your building. How would you come in? Would you come in from Hillview? Would you on the south side? Would you come in from the north side? Would you come in from Nonmaker? Like, how would you actually maneuver a large vehicle to get to this site?
To get into the buildings of the site, you mean?
I mean, do you come in from the Crestview side? Do you come in from the Kressler side? Do you come in from what's the name of that road? High Point, Hemlock. Which one would you use to access Hillview to drive down to get to this facility?
Well, the truck, that's up to the delivery courier to decide how to get in here. Our roads are going to be wide enough to get fire trucks in. You know, we have fire truck turnaround. If you can fit a fire truck in, you can fit a tractor trailer in. It's like, well, we're not getting, we might get a delivery once a week here for our products.
I'm not talking your facility. I'm saying, having driven down this many times, I'm not sure that you can get a tractor trailer down that dogleg turn on Hillview Road, coming from Hemlock to High Point. I'm not sure.
This is a public road. We're internal to this site. It's an existing public road. If the municipality and our traffic impact study said the roads need to be widened a little bit, you know, that's up to them to require that. Right now, the roads are adequate for our type of use. We're residential use. We are residential. We take care of elderly, and we're one big. We're 3 buildings instead of 55 buildings. So, you know, we're not the tractor trailer. That's not. I'm not a distribution center to worry about that. That's something.
Sure, you have tour buses. You have construction vehicles. All kinds of things. And I don't see how you can physically maneuver one getting down these roads.
Well, I understand.
I don't see how you make the turn.
Well, I respect that, and I appreciate your question, but
the issue of getting trucks into our site. I'm building a residential community for elderly people that don't travel much that are going to be here. I cook their 3 meals a day for them. They're not going out to the grocery stores. I cook their meals. So our food's being prepped at Parkland Manor and being delivered here in small minivans. So our food, they're not going out. The people live here aren't going out shopping. The medications are delivered here once a week. To give it a rest. So there's not much traffic. Garbage comes in once a week, picks up the garbage truck. We have our linens and our chemicals from that tractor trailer comes once a week at delivery. And our employees come in and take care of our residents. You're all worried about something that's all this traffic and stuff. When I'll tell you a story about Bethel Manor. I got approved. I bought an elementary school on Pennsylvania Avenue in Bethlehem. 50 neighbors show up in this West Bethlehem area. It's a high quality $1 million homes around me. They all come up to complain. 50 people that oppose the project. I won the zoning case 3-2. I got approved. Bethlehem Manor is open. 6 months after I opened up, 3 of those neighbors that were complaining about our project walked into our building and said, you know what, I'm really sorry about complaining about your project, but I need to place my mom here in your facility. Okay? We take care of the neighborhood. All your neighbors, we take care of your parents. We take care of the elderly. We don't bring out-of-towners in from New York and New Jersey to live here. We're not that type of retirement community. We take care of the neighborhood people. We take care of people with memory issues. And how can you complain about residential traffic, people coming into a building that takes care of elderly? It's like, this is, you have a right to complain, but I think you're all getting out of hand. It's ridiculous. You're complaining about a residential retirement, a healthcare community that's going to take care of elderly. Like, my God.
I'd like to reply to that, and that is very disingenuous in what you just said there, Mr. Atiyah. We do care about the elderly, but there will be a definite traffic impact, and you're obviously not very familiar with the roads he's speaking with. There's a dog leg on Hillview just north of 78 that most tractor trailers won't make around, or large buses. There is also very limited turning access, and your story about Bethlehem was an existing building that the infrastructure around it was already built for large capacity traffic. This is a totally different situation. And to imply that we don't care about the elderly is very insulting.
You don't. This is your neighborhood. You live in your parents. You might want to place your parents here one day. And you don't have to drive 5-8 miles to visit them. They'll be right next door. You could walk to visit them. That's the fact. This happens. Our parents, elderly, are aging.
And there are other open spaces that you can build in. It doesn't have to be this one where it is such a gross misuse.
Okay, hold on here. Let's not get it. We're not solving anything with this discussion. Let's move on to the other comments. They're clear now. Let's move on.
I did have one additional comment. I did want to address Mr. Atiyah. I am a former tenant of Mr. Atiyah's. I lived in the 238 West Gap property in Bethlehem, otherwise known as the Silk Mill. I have to say that a lot of the things that he's saying now remind me kind of back of 09, 2010, the promises he made there. And that worries me because there were problems there. And I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that in 10 years, things have changed. I really honestly do. But thank you. Thank you for your time.
I thank you. And I want to say a few things if I can counter. Our history. We've been taking care of elderly for 25 years in Lehigh Valley. We want the neighbors to be happy with this project. But I'm not going to let the neighbors. They want deer to run in his backyard. They want nothing going on there. They want no noise, no traffic. Something's going to be built here. Lower Macungie, I'm permitted by right. The more compatible and reasonable is working with the developer, and I want to work with the neighbors. I don't want to be intrusive and cause traffic and bad things. If the roads need widening in that area, and the township says they want that, we're going to do a traffic impact study. If we have to widen the roads, we widen the roads. Okay. I mean, these are the sort of things that the planning commission will require and do. I want to build a nice project. and I want my neighborhood to be successful. And I'm not looking to be offensive to the neighbors, but something's going to be built here, and having elderly people in here is the best use.
Okay, thank you. Let's continue with the comments.
All right, next is Pete McAfee, 716 South Hillview Road.
Hi, I didn't want to like double up with everyone else's comments. I am just strongly opposed to this development going in here. Just very briefly to reiterate a couple things. The traffic engineer, Mr. Terry, confirmed that they never did do a traffic study for this project. And his own words were that traffic is going to be impacted on Hillview Road. As we all know, Hillview Road is a busier roadway. And people that are already commenting on it says that when you're walking your dogs, if you're in this neighborhood, you do see a lot of traffic and you have to be careful on the roadway. One of Mr. Erdman's comments was, this is going to be such a great thing because we'll be able to integrate in the community. The elderly people from this community will come into our neighborhoods. If you're going to be putting elderly people from Mr. Atia's development here into their neighborhoods with increased traffic, that's going to impact them also. And a lot of my comments that I made earlier were that this is a still emergency route, and a lot of ambulances do come back and forth through here. It's just really a traffic issue for me. Now, Mr. Atia is saying that he could go ahead and build this. I just kind of urge the Planning Commission, if he's going to go ahead with his project, that I think, and everyone in this neighborhood will want to agree with me, that the access should be denied from going from this development to Hillview Road. I think that if Mr. Atia is going to build this thing without South Whitehall's approval, that there should be no access to, as a roadway going from the thing to Hillview Road. He would need to go ahead and make any access down to the old charcoal out that way. That's all I have.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Walt Amante, 3811 Crestview Drive. Is Walt there?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'll move on. Karen and Dominic Bartel. I don't see an address here.
We already spoke.
Okay.
Hi, this is Lauren Litchfield. Sorry, you called my name earlier and my phone wasn't working.
Okay, go ahead, Lauren.
Sorry to interrupt. Again, not to reiterate, I'm opposed. I think the only thing I wanted to say is that the commission just take the adequate time to consider the full proposal, make sure that you do all the studies and really think about this and consider it. I think my biggest concern is that this project is being kind of bulldozed and pushed through because of financing and other things that are coming at a head at the end of the year. And I think a project of this magnitude really needs some time to thoroughly be considered. And while I'm opposed to the project, at the very least, I think that we need to take some time to think about it. And I think rushing this is a really horrible and terrible idea. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I don't recall. Timothy Conrad, did we already speak to Timothy? 3816 Dogwood Trail. Is Timothy there?
It's Timothy.
I'm sorry, did somebody say they were there?
He didn't answer last call either.
Okay. I believe we got Susan McConnelly, Bartels, Markowitz, Pete Smith, we have a phone-in caller, but no name or number. It just says phone one. Is phone one, whoever entered as phone one, are they there? Okay. Nicole, I think we spoke to David Galkin. I think we called his name, but he wasn't there. Is David there at this point? Okay. How about Melissa Miller, 1070 Hill Drive? No, Melissa, going once. Okay. How about Jim Honer? No address. Honer is the last name.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk. I am a Lower Macungie resident. I live on Clearway. My two biggest concerns with this, as many people have already stated, is obviously the traffic. Lower Macungie recently put in a stop sign at the intersections of Hillview and Kressler because the traffic has increased so much, mainly because of the hospital. Lehigh Valley Hospital traffic has increased, but there's a great number of people that are going there also already coming over Hillview Road. Hillview Road's a very narrow road. I'm sure many of you commissioners have been over in that area. It's really difficult. It's not lit at night. It's not built to handle that kind of traffic. And to some of the other earlier callers, maybe they should come in from the other way. The other way is Clearway. Clearway is a way, not a road. It was never built as a through street. It's not built to handle the traffic. So, but we'll deal with that on the Lower Macungie side. My other concern is, again, somebody else had mentioned it earlier with the water runoff. I'm a member of Lower Macungie Fire Department, and with our most recent storm with, forgive me if I can't pronounce it right, but Isaias or whatever it was, that tropical storm that came through dumped so much rain, and the water tends to follow the roads, and I know water retention ponds are there. Everything was overwhelmed with a storm like that. And, who knows what kind of storms we have in our future. And already Clearway at the end of the road was completely swamped out. Kressler Road was completely swamped out. Water runoff is a major concern. And the only other thing I would say is I agree with a previous caller who mentioned, it seems like this is trying to be rushed through. I'm not concerned about somebody's financing by the end of December or whatever. If they're going to do something, it needs to be thought out and well processed. And I just request that the board really takes that into consideration. We don't need to rush on this. I realize I've lived here for 23 years. That land has been farmed forever. I know something's eventually going to be built. To be honest, I'd be happy to buy a couple acres off of Mr. Pasacco myself to build 2 houses on 2 acres. We don't need, such high density in this area. We could have 12, 14 houses over there. Traffic is just too much already with all the other overdevelopment in the area. So I think it's too much for our area to handle. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Wayne Grumbein, 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 944 Hillview Road. Okay. Moving along. Let's see, a lot of these are repeats. I'm trying to remember here. Did we talk to Susan McCauley? No address? I think we did. Okay. I think we were, I'll tell you what, at this point, looks like a lot of repeats. Is there anybody else out there that has not made a comment that wishes to do so?
Yes, hi. This is Mike Calagero, 4291 Ascot Circle. I'm a Lower Macungie resident, 30 years. I walk or run in that area a few times a week. A few things just want to mention very quickly. I was the one who earlier said about the traffic study right now. There's a dramatic reduction just being in the neighborhood on a regular basis and the amount of traffic that we have So doing that now is a waste of time. The other point I had is the developer says that he's targeting this is a real sales pitch there. He's targeting this at locals. Is he going to refuse? He's going to have a stipulation in his agreement that he's going to refuse out of town money. Right now, just in our development, we've had 2 or 3 purchases in the last month from people from New York coming out here to take advantage of, as he says, his lower rates. The other thing about something Mr. Erdman said, that the residents would be on off time. The main commute time for the workers would impact school buses and our worker commutes. And if you've ever been here during the regular time when we have all that going on, it can be a dangerous thing with the amount of traffic and garbage trucks and people going around cars and garbage trucks on Hillview and Cressler. So it is dangerous. And also that intersection at where the stop signs were just put in is very, very narrow. When we have a couple of ambulances going either direction and someone's trying to make a left around the ambulances, it's a very, very tight connection there. The last point I wanted to make on that is that we would definitely support. We don't. I'm going to activate to work with my neighbors on this now that I found out about it. What we'd like to see is extending Nonamaker and building a nice single-family development in there. So thank you for letting us make the comments, and we'll be working with Lower Macungie now that we're aware of it.
Okay, anybody else?
Yes, hi. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. We're Joe and Sue Riley here, 1176 Hillview, about 6 houses up from the 900 Hillview entrance. We've lived here 7 years and in the neighborhood for about 40 years. We just, are, for the record, are definitely against this. We expected to see a single home development in there, and that's, I think, is the most appropriate, the use of that land. I'm really impressed with the insightful, genuine comments. So many folks, I think it's overwhelmingly obvious how the people here feel about this. I just hope you guys are listening. And, this was zoned R3 for a purpose. Honestly, the only reason I can see changing it is to, increase the profit margin of the developer. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Is this Sabrina?
This is Mark and Sabrina. We live on Hill Drive, which would be on the back of the project. We would like to reiterate what our neighbors are saying. I know we're not in South Whitehall, but we believe that these buildings just do not fit with our neighborhood. 3-story buildings. The back of those people living there could look right back into our backyard. Our privacy would be gone whether the trees are there or not. Lights are coming through. It's just not a good fit. And again, there's just so much traffic in this area now that we do not need all these extra cars. I used to run when I was a little younger. We've been here for almost 30 years. I will not even run on Hillview, and I pity those poor people over there. That building's going to be right in their backyard, and with all the lights lit up. It's just not a good fit. I mean, honestly, the people of this neighborhood do not deserve to have this project put in their backyards, and that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I would like to reiterate one point that has been made up a few times.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Maybe. It looks like, are the Schallers looking to say something? I see you moving, but I don't hear anything coming from. Yeah, if you're trying to say something, we're not hearing you here. So go ahead and try and enter it in the chat box and we can go from there. All right, I'm sorry. I think there was one other, was there one more?
Carl Mabry, I'd like to say one more thing, if I could.
I'll defer to the chair.
You want to say?
If I'm allowed, yes, please.
Go ahead.
I would just like to reiterate the point that's been brought up a couple of times. This is not a project that should be rushed through because of financing. And this is a major impact on this community and property owners that have been paying taxes for decades. We are all for taking care of our seniors, but this could be detrimental to them as well as far as traffic goes. There are plenty of open spaces in South Whitehall to do this kind of construction. This is just not a good fit. And rushing it because of finances or not wanting to do a comp plan, I just don't think is the right thing to do for this township. And I thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Okay, is that all the comments then, George? I think we'll call that then. I guess, time for the planning commission. Any comments,
Yeah,
any proposals?
I'm sorry, Bill. There's one group that looks like they're trying to get through but can't. I don't know why. I just say keep moving, but there is a group by last name is Schaller. But I would continue, and if they can get through to the chat box, we'll get that in the record.
Okay. We will take the comments if they want to write them. All right.
Do we also have callers on the line that might want to make comments?
Are there any callers that would like to make a comment?
I thought we opened it up.
I think we're good.
Okay. We'll call that done then, unless there is the one that's trying to get through, gets through. Action from the Planning Commission. The recommendation from Greg was to put it on the comp plan with the comp plan, review it with the comp plan.
But to
Mr.
be
Diaz
specific,
has,
I
go
didn't
ahead.
recommend that. I said it might be appropriate.
Okay. I'm correct, being corrected. That's fine.
Hello, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I was having a problem with my iPhone. Can I say something?
Yes.
My name is Suzanne Lapidus. I live at 3744 Crestview Drive. My concern with the rezoning is the increase of traffic. This is a family-oriented neighborhood with a lot of children. It is a quiet neighborhood with a limited amount of traffic. Children ride their bikes, parents walk their children in strollers, people walk their dogs, but this all takes place in the street because we have no sidewalks, aside from the fact that Crestview Drive is a narrow street to begin with. If we have a volume of traffic, it will present hazardous conditions in this neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods as well. And that's not in the best interest for all of us. In addition, we're all bordered by Lincoln Avenue. You know the volume of traffic, how the cars speed up and down Lincoln and then enter into Hamilton Boulevard, which we all have witnessed accidents there as well. I am adamantly against this project, and I support all of my neighbors. Thank you.
Okay. Again, I think the directions we have then are the potential is to add it to the review this along with the rest of the rezoning in the comprehensive plan, approve it now or disapprove it now. My own recommendation right now, I'll just say this and you can go where you want to, is that I think there's still information that we need. That the traffic plan was brought up, the traffic study, some other things that need to be understood before going ahead with this. And my own recommendation would be to put this, continue this as part of the comprehensive plan. I'm interested in other opinions.
I concur with that, Mr. McNair, or Chairman, actually.
we've put other rezoning requests on the table, and I think this is in the same vein as that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the board, from the commission?
Hi, Chairman McNair. I would concur with your recommendation, zoning this to a more dense zone of R5 at this time. I don't feel is appropriate. And because we're in the middle of a comprehensive plan review, I feel like the timing of this should wait until we're further ahead in that.
Anybody else?
I
Do I
would
hear a
just-
motion? Go ahead. Go.
I just want to say, I'm inclined to agree that perhaps they should wait for a comprehensive plan, but there are a lot worse things that could happen to this property from the neighbor's point of view than this project. A lot of people are not going to want to build single-family homes along the highway the way these buildings are being oriented. It's not the worst possible use of this property.
I agree. Alan?
Excuse me, I would just observe that Mr. Atia himself said that he could fit all three buildings on the Lower Macungie piece of the property and perhaps use the South Whitehall portion as an access road to that property. And he could do that without our rezoning the property from R3 to R5. Given that, and given the overwhelming desire of the neighbors to not have any of this project at all, but certainly not have the piece in South Whitehall rezoned, I think our best bet is to just take it under advisement until the comp plan is done.
You want to make a motion?
Sure, I will.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to take it under advisement with a comprehensive plan. And we have a second.
I second the motion.
Okay, roll call.
David Dunbar.
Aye.
Brian Hyde.
Aye.
Diane Kelly.
Aye.
Bill McNair.
Aye.
Alan Tope.
Aye.
David Wilson.
Aye.
David Wilson. Okay.
Aye.
And aye. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One small piece to finish up on the previous one. Brian, you weren't available for the vote. Did you agree with the? We didn't get your vote, I don't think, for the last one. The
Luther
Crest.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Just say aye. Okay.
Yep.
So that's a unanimous vote, 6-0 also, Greg.
Okay, I'll put that one in.
Anybody have anything on transportation infrastructure?
Bill, if I could just interrupt, Brian, were you on when the motion was read previously? Because I just want to make sure you understand what you're voting to. Okay.
Yes, I understood. And I thought I was unmuted, so I didn't realize that I wasn't casting a vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was
Thank you.
across the room. Mother issues. Sorry.
Okay. We good, Jennifer? Okay. All right. Transportation infrastructure, anything there? Silence?
It's been very quiet. We'll have a full report next month, but it's been very quiet for new projects, especially with it coming down to the end of the year, and paving is going to wrap up quite soon.
Okay. Comprehensive plan?
Mr. Chairman, I think in light of the hour, what we wanted to do was maybe bring Dave Manhart in at your next meeting and give you a really good comprehensive overview of where we're at and where we're going.
Okay.
If that's okay. We'll do that
Okay.
next month, for sure.
Courtesy of the floor.
I have two quick ones. You heard the earlier one. There's 3 applications on next month. George Sam replacing Roosevelt Street with just a re-subdivision. Blue Barn Road, the new one from David Jandal, is a sketch plan, and 798 Houseman will be back in. The other one was, I was talking to Lee Salt on chat.
I'm here.
Oh, you're still here. Do you want to make the quick request?
Yeah, just quick request. Thank you, Greg. Mr. Chairman, Greg actually helped me out. I asked for some information about the packet that you guys get for the meeting, so I could be a little more read into what was going on and on the public side. So he printed it out for me, but to save the township money and time, wondered if it's possible to get that packet put up online where a resident could download that to review it ahead of time, so for the meetings.
That's up to you, Greg. Is that?
It's technically easy.
But practical.
That's a great idea.
Yep, I can certainly post it at the same time I post the agenda,
Okay.
or even beforehand. Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do we have a consensus on that?
I think any opposed? I'd say you have a consensus.
I consent.
All right, good.
Sounds
got it.
good.
Thanks, Commissioner Dunbar.
All right. Anybody else on the floor? Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Dave Dunbar,
Aye.
Brian Hyde,
Aye.
Diane Kelly,
Aye.
Bill McNair,
Aye.
Ellen Tope,
Aye.
David Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0.